Hi guys. You ever just deal with an immeasurable sadness and go to sleep at 3 a.m. because you were up late thinking about your immeasurable sadness? Just me. Okay. Good morning. I had time to ruminate on the Veilguard ending, and I still think it was a really good ending, and I'm still really sad about it. And I don't know if I'm going to recover from it, honestly. But we're going to do some flip through of the art book. I believe this is the collector's edition art book. So it's got the red lyrium dagger on the front and then the blue lyrium dagger on the back. Yeah, I think this is this one was like $100, so I'm assuming that it is the collector's edition. It's a nice box. Nice sturdy box. Pull everything out. I had it upside down apparently. Very nice. Beautiful. It comes with something. I don't know what it comes with. It's been so long since I looked at this stuff. Look at that. That'll make me cry. Fullest in a wool. Yeah, I waited to, I've had this book since the weekend, and I was waiting to do any sort of look through in it because I read on Twitter from some reliable sources in the Dragon Age community that the book had spoilers in it for Veilguard, and I had done such a good job of avoiding spoilers so far. What's up, Lumix? I had done a good job of avoiding spoilers for the game, so I was like, well, as desperately as because I love art books. I collect art books for like a number of things. I've got a lot of art books lying around from various media that I like to consume. So happy Monday, Alec. Do cry count? Yeah, cry counters will work for the art book as well. You guys get to see my jacked up nails. They're getting a little scraggly. But yeah, I was nervous about doing a flip through of the art book and then accidentally spoiling something for myself. Have a nice spread. I wish I had a better camera setup for this, but we're working with what we got, guys. I'll just be sliding the book around. This is really beautiful. Have a thing of Elgernon. I believe probably looking upon the city of Minrathous, maybe. Lyrium dagger. So I'll read this. Oh, that. Gillenane. I like this art of Gillenane, like literally just looking like a worm. Forward, Dragon Age the Veilguard was a special project, and so it requires a special art book. More concept art was made for Veilguard than the rest of the Dragon Age series combined, and very likely the Mass Effect trilogy as well. This is one of the surprising advantages of being in some stage of development for nearly a decade, to organize this huge collection and to bring you along on the twists and turns of our journey. We have divided the book into 3 major eras: Post-Inquisition, Joplin, and Veilguard. Post-Inquisition stage includes the earliest work we did from before Inquisition was even out the door, till the official sequel was given the code named Joplin. This was meant to be the direct sequel, and much of what was planned out during the Joplin years remained relevant to the end. After Joplin was halted to shift the focus to Mass Effect Andromeda, the project changed course and was given the code name Morrison. This live service version of the game eventually pivoted back to being single-player experience. Each of these stages had different design requirements, but we didn't start from scratch. We had the advantage of building on previous work. Our goal was to create a Dragon Age game that was respectful to the world the fans of the series knew, and also a refreshing and exciting addition. We also knew that we were going to realize parts of Thedas that had only been hinted at in previous games. It's one thing to imagine the Tevinter Imperium, it's another thing to walk down the streets yourself. Whatever we designed, we tried to stay true to the established lore while also attempting to exceed expectations. Each region was given its own design language and recognizable motifs to try to make sure that every location, character, prop, etc. fit into its place and help to create a rich and enticing world for players to immerse themselves in. One artist can make a painting, but it takes a huge team to build a cathedral, something no single person could achieve on their own. While a colossal amount of the creativity goes into video games, they are a lot more like cathedrals than paintings. They require years of cooperation between many disciplines, from animation to writing to audio to many, many more. In many ways, we see the final game as the completed work of art, the finished cathedral. Art books like this one are the perfect opportunity to showcase what you don't see in the finished product. The inspiration, the blueprints, the unused drafts. We barked up a lot of wrong trees. We explored some wild directions, some ending in dead ends, other ending in precious treasure. We also created a lot of material that we liked but didn't have the capacity to build, in this game anyway. We decided to cram as much art in as we reasonably could into these pages. Maybe one day we'll be able to make the 80-pound edition, but until then, we sincerely hope you enjoy the glimpse into the art behind the art. Matt Rhodes, art director. Shaking hands and loving art books. I have a lot of the FromSoft art books, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, and I adore them. Big source of it. Yeah, I just love art books so much. I love looking at them and like, I have a lot of art books from like manga from back in the day. This is the post-Inquisition phase. I think we see this would, I imagine, would be Tevinter. I also should probably do like a little poll too, since we're gonna be start a little poll to see what we're going to be playing next, a Morn Watch or a Grey Warden. Hi, Weasel! I don't know if I said that. My brain's a little scattered right now. Maybe we'll start it in a bit. There's only a duration of like 10 minutes, so we'll start that in a bit. Wow. This is supposed to be Ravane. And then we see Parvalin, which we actually didn't see in the game. Halfway through the development of Dragon Age Inquisition, we created a series of illustrations we called beat boards, intended to cover a major moment or beat. They are more polished than a storyboard. They proved to be helpful as we brought the game together. As Inquisition was coming to a close and a sliver of attention was being paid to the next game, we wanted to try to doing beat boards right at the start of the game, rather than the middle, with a few general ideas like we're going north and maybe there are titans, and a sense of story momentum. We started creating exploratory beat boards, asking ourselves the simple questions. What would be cool? We see, I think this is Bull, or at least it looks very similar to Bull's silhouette and his horns right here. We see a secret mission in Tevinter. Yeah. I don't know if that lighting is better or worse. Let me know. Bull's rack. And then we see receiving an assignment from the Inquisitor. I imagine they had imagined the Inquisitor might have been a more significant part of the game at one point. Probably due to like optics and stuff, probably chose to abandon that. This is a really beautiful piece. An old warden that was avoiding the calling. Not let her see me, like, imagine this. Bull's rack. His big old titties. Big old bitties. The first attempt of designing Weishaupt. I actually think, like, what was in the game was far better. This looks like just like sort of like a lonely castle, if anything. This doesn't really look like a fortress that kind of we see in the game, and kind of what was building throughout the games when talking about Weishaupt. Designing the cultures of Northern Thedas was like a fun speculative archaeology project. We were starting with fragments. There were occasional props, characters, or journal entries that hinted at these cultures, and we had to reverse engineer living, breathing societies from those fragments. The most important aspect was to design them in a way that respected our fans' engagement with the material, but also attempted to exceed their imaginations, or at least do them justice. In an ancient magical city, some buildings that would have collapsed centuries ago are kept frozen in time. So yeah, this is Tevinter. Very much Tevinter. And I'm pretty sure like this exact like sort of building was seen in the game. Infiltrating the Archon's throne room down here. Very first concept art of Minrath is trying to capture the elegance and pride of the Imperium. One of the first ideas for a player base was a secret lair in Minrath's forgotten Undercity, which we sort of got with the Shadow Dragons. We kind of ended up with that, with the Shadow Dragons having a lair in Docktown. I feel like we were just talking about the end of the game. Wasn't that weird? Time flies, you know? The Divine sends out ships to hunt Solus in hopes that his capture will restore the peace to Thedas. So we have a little bit more, kind of more, involvement with the Chantry in finding Solus. A Tevinter Magister, a Chastened Witch, and a Ben Hasworth Commander plot against the player. Oh, they were originally going to have, so we got with the, really only the Tevinter, the basically the Venatori, ended up kind of making it into the end game. They were originally going to have Chastened Witches and Ben Hasworth. I think they eventually moved that over to the Antom because it made more sense for the story. A war room in the captain's quarters. We explored making the player base mobile. It would give us water access to most of the regions in Northern Thedas. So this would mean that they hadn't quite yet thought about having having the players have access to Alluvians. Early on, we explored the return of griffins, in this case using them as mounts to hunt dragons. I'm glad that they didn't go that direction, using them as mounts. I'm glad we didn't have mounts in this game. I fucking hated mounts in Inquisition. Something in the depths had scared the dwarves enough they're fleeing to the surface by thousands. That's an interesting plot point that I would love to see explored in another game. I wonder if they will, though, because we know that those gray ones are around. I like this dragon design. Coastal town in Ravane. Elves from all over Thedas answer a mysterious call to Arlithan Forest. One thing that I will say that, because we kind of saw this scene at the end of Trespasser, or I think it might have been Inquisition, where it talks about how elves started kind of fleeing, or like leaving under mysterious circumstances. And we know that Solus, for the most part, had agents all around Thedas, or at least he was supposed to have. But it seems like in the end, he was just by himself. You know, I feel like that part of the story might have gotten lost. Because we know that he talks about how he's got agents. He talks about how he's got spies all around. So I'm wondering what happened with that, if he sort of tossed them to the side or what. Exploring a possible endgame scenario where Solus has summoned a Titan in the middle of Minrathous. Oh, that would have been really fucking cool. Solus returning like a regal figure out of a distant past. He's got a little crown on. What if we return to the Fade and rescue whoever was left? Oh, they did consider that. And whoever was left behind. How would their time and the alien landscape change their form and what insights could offer into Solas's plans? Yeah, they couldn't cover everything. Oh, that would have been amazing. I understand like the optics of going back and exploring who you left in the Fade, I think it would have just been too difficult to make it work for like every person's playthrough and everything. The party runs into their Tevinter counterparts and they have to work together to survive. That's a very like almost Disney-esque concept. I'm glad they didn't go with that. Solas interrupts your mission, wiping half of your team off the board and forcing you to make an unlikely alliance. Your ship is stolen and you have to sneak back into enemy territory to get it back. We created piles of sketches and line work to explore story beats. We could iterate quickly and throw things away if necessary. I like this throne. It's got... I don't know if that's supposed to be an actual wolf or just a wolf statue. But then you have who I imagine is probably Solas sitting in a throne beneath the wolf. But it almost seems... I know I see a lot of like fan art and stuff depicting Solas in a throne, but it almost seems uncharacteristic of him to have a throne, to be honest. There are multiple factions in Veilguard. To make sure they were always recognizable from their buildings to their belt buckles, we began with shape. We had explored Tevinter's shape, language, and inquisition, so in their case, it was a matter of expanding on what was established. Some shapes just felt right, like wardens with a pointed arch. And it's true, like, you can recognize, like, a lot of architecture and, like, decor in both Inquisition and in Veilguard, especially when you're kind of decorating around your base, Skyhold, or the Lighthouse. You can recognize it pretty instantaneously as with the origins, whether it's, like, Tevinter, or Elven, or Dwarvish. An upward pointing triangle for the Mage's College. We explored some sturdy shapes for the dwarves. Warden's pointed arch could be turned upside down into a shield. Ah. And then it shows sort of the shapes that were used. Ravane has been a neutral faction, so a circle worked well. The Necropolis faction started with a half-circle crest. Seep and Hasroth started with an X-shaped language. A downward pointing triangle for Tevinter. And you definitely, like, you see these, like looking at these concept sketches, like, and looking back towards, and thinking back about the game itself, like, you definitely see the direction that they headed in the game and how distinctly they've sort of separated out, just using simple shapes. Dragon Age, the Veilguard DLC, the Fade, god. Wealthy Tevinter mansion to show off most of the house built on top of a floating stone slab veined with lyrium. Visitors try not to think about what would happen if the magic was interrupted. And then we have this sort of almost like a hot spring scene. It's almost in the same way that I'm kind of sad we didn't get to see the upper city in Baldur's Gate 3. I'm kind of sad we didn't get to see, like, the upper city in Minrathous. I would have loved to see, like, how, like, the wealthy live, how the Magisters live. Slice of life illustrations like this weren't prescriptive, but they helped explore the feel of certain regions we had only ever heard references to. This is Ravane, I believe. Ravane is a trade center. It's one of the places you'll see the greatest overlap of cultures. I don't know what this guy's worshiping, but... Oh, we see a crow here. The Canary. We see some Chantry sisters here. This looks like probably like either a failed Templar or a warden. Devinter is a complicated place. While they're lofty lovers and powers and powerful magisters, also wanted to explore what the daily life of Devinter might be. Oh, I fucking love these two. Look at those fits. Since he was locked away because of his regret, a throne definitely does it. Yeah, like he feels more like a what's the word? Something hero, like a reluctant hero. I really love the fits of these two. See, probably like a pleasure house right here. Peaceful beginnings, gentle giants, gardeners, and curious spirits. This is what we would know. So when this is what spirits look like without taking the human form or humanoid form. And we saw that in the Junkie! Thanks for the raid! How is Mega Aquarium? What's that? What are you doing? How are you? Hi guys, I'm Myriad. We do a myriad of things on this channel, and right now we're flipping through an art book to get through our sadness. We're looking through the Veilguard art book. We just finished Dragon Age Veilguard last night. We're gonna flip through this art book for a little bit and then start a new playthrough. Howdy, Raiders. Thanks, Sithy. Sithy, I'm a shell of who I used to be. I am a former shell of myself. I made so many homes for fishies. It was low energy, which thank fuck. Hell yeah. Is it you just like make aquariums? Is that what that is? So I'm into that. I love some fishies. I love an aquarium. But yeah, so we see in the what is it? Sorry, I haven't finished my coffee this morning, so my brain's a little fucking scattered. Pour one out for Solus and the Inquisitor. Cheers, I'll drink to that. We see on the murals, that's the word. I have a fine arts degree. Don't worry about it. We see in the murals in the lighthouse this kind of figure, and this was representative of Solus prior to him manifesting physical form. So it's very interesting to see the spirits saw the dwarves as they tended to the titans, and they wanted to try making bodies for themselves. So we get a little bit more in depth as to why the spirits manifested. A brutal war raged on between the elves and the titans, only ending when one elf, Solus, rendered the titans tranquil, capturing their souls. Yeah, you make entire one with tanks and gift shops and all the thingies fish. That sounds so freaking cool. Working on an anaconda one. Can we vote for your romance on second playthrough? Because no. So once I put the poll up, it's gonna be the faction that I join is gonna be who I romance. So if I do Mornwatch, we're gonna romance Emmerich. If I do Grey Warden, we're gonna romance Davron. The spirits made physical bodies for themselves from the flesh of the titans. First elves were born, and the first war began. Oh, I'm kind of upset that this cut into his face. I believe this looks like Solus Vithal. Perhaps Elgernon? I mean, maybe not. Maybe I'm not so mad about it. The elves brought a powerful war trophy home. With the power of the Titans came the captured Titan souls, and elves built the greatest empire Thetis could ever see. Dragons. Feels very, High Valyria from Game of Thrones. With the Titans rendered tranquil, dwarves lost their connection to magic. They fed into the bodies of their fallen hosts. That's interesting to think that... So dwarves weren't always underground. They went underground after the Titans fell because they lost that connection. Solus fought against the self-proclaimed gods, earning the title Dreadwolf. And then we see... Speaking of, like... I got up at one point last night to take a break, and Joel looked at me and he was like, "Don't you say it." And I was like, "Fucking told you so." I've been tinfoil hatting Charlie from It's Always Sunny, pointing at the board, Pepe Sylvia, that Varric was dead the entire time, and he was like, "No, no." Black Codex. There was a top-secret document on BioWare's network that contained the objectively true history of Thetis called the Black Codex. Each culture has its perspective, its own emphasis and style, and over time more was added and taken away. It was decided to reveal a lot of truth in the game. So early on, we wanted to illustrate the Black Codex. This would help us help to act as a visual guide to the events that form Thetis as we know it. The gods drew upon the power of the Titan's soul to gain more power. The imprisoned souls became twisted with rage. This became the Blight. So we learned that pretty early on in the game, that the Blight was caused because of what the elves did to the Titans. To contain the Blight outbreak, Solus performed a desperate blood magic ritual. He bound up the magic of the world behind a veil and powered it with the blood of the evil gods. What remained of the Elven Empire collapsed. The early human empire of Tevinter discovered it in shambles. Eons later, the Blight reached out to the power-hungry Tevinter Magisters through their dreams. They were lured to the Golden City, but the Magisters found it already blackened by the Blight. Ooh, here we go. Character designs. This big old boy. Yeah, that's what I said last night, Sithy, kind of in the afterwards. I was talking about how if you like Dragon Age, I think that you'll really like Veilguard. And I think that if you want to get into Dragon Age, I think that you really have one of two options: is you go and play through the first 3 games, or you go and watch some lore videos, because I think that going in without having any previous knowledge, going into Veilguard, I think that you're kind of doing yourself a disservice, and you're not going to get the full impact of things and the lore drops and everything if you don't actually kind of know the history and the lore itself. So going in and just watching lore videos or some summary videos would probably be the best idea. Hi, Cookie! So at this stage, just about anything goes. Writers and artists both have ideas for what kinds of characters they'd like to try, so we dump them all out onto the table. And then here we have... I'm sorry, I'm like leaning. I'm trying to like read these little excerpts. The Gladiator. It's a Tevinter gladiator that has earned her freedom. Her arms protected by mail made of keys from all the slaves she had rescued. She wears her former shackles as armor. A reminder and a threat. Oh, I... love that. We created some comics to explore the tone of the story. Some of these characters were designed specifically for that purpose. This almost looks like kind of one of the first iterations of Tosh. And I like these little, you can see there's not like any sort of detail in them. They're just shapes and color. I like that. I did cry a few times watching some of the gameplay, so we quite a lot here. I think it was just, you know, I'm gonna cry just thinking about it. Oh my god. It's just like a culmination of like 15 years of like game and story. And I'm just very satisfied with the end of it. I'm sad. I'm like incredibly sad, but I'm satisfied with it. The heir of Andraste, finding the last living descendant of Andraste, a rough around the edges warrior living amongst the barbarian. Oh my god, that would have been so fucking cool. And she's got red hair. Because we know that, for what we know that Andraste's daughters only had daughters. And their daughters only had daughters. So they wouldn't be able to trace through name the heir of Andraste. But we do know that they have red hair. And blue skin, yeah, like the Avar. I'll just kind of hold these up a little bit. The academic and the mage college scholar forced into the field. Initially, we worked for very simple premises, often only a couple of words, like Happy Necromancer or Canary Assassin. This is really cool. An awakened Darkspawn mercenary. So that's very similar to, I imagine, almost like the Architect, the one in Dragon Age Origins. You know, the Darkspawn that sort of had more sentience and intelligence than the rest of them. Look at this guy. Oh, here we have, I believe, some concepts of Morrigan. I kind of... it's very Flemeth, but I kind of like this outfit. Then we have Isabella. And then I think here's Harding. Dorian. Advisors. Early on, we thought about creating a new set of advisors for your ship. It's satisfying to revisit characters from previous games, especially if time has passed. It's a chance to try to make their story visible. In this case, we see a Morrigan that has embraced her new gift, who can offer insights into the mysteries of magic and the ancient elven world. This version of Dorian is like Mathis from Casino Royale, someone who can advise you through all the ins and outs of Tevinter culture. Smuggler Admiral Isabella can get you into and out of just about any port in Thedas. Oh, Cynthia, I was talking about that last night too, where I kind of want to like start writing out a little adventure or something. This is really nice. This, I imagine, is one of the first iterations of maybe Davrin. They're wearing Grey Warden armor. And then probably one of the first iterations of Bucanus. Part 2, Joplin. Solus continues to taunt you and guide you through dreams. You know, I wish we got a little bit more of the relationship between Solus and Rook. And also something that they kind of didn't do a good job of expanding on in the game is that when you went into the Fade to talk to Solus, days and weeks passed. So you were in that meditative state for days and weeks. And that's only really mentioned, I think, if you romance Balara. And she mentions that it's been weeks, Rook. So I wish that they did a little... And honestly, this is kind of a problem with like most Dragon Age games where you kind of don't know how much time has passed. Like in Dragon Age Origins, to when you guys are fighting the Blight, it takes like a year. In Dragon Age 2, like Dragon Age 2 takes place over the span of 10 years. And they do a little bit better of a job, but of explaining that time has passed, but it doesn't quite feel like time has passed. And obviously that's due to, you know, probably numerous reasons outside of actual gameplay. But, and then in Dragon Age Inquisition, like, you would assume that much time has passed, you know, especially because like you're traveling by basically horseback to all these different locations that probably take weeks to months to get to. So I've always thought that like Inquisition, like the actual game Inquisition, not including Trespasser, takes place over like the course of like 2 to 3 years. After Dragon Age Inquisition shipped and all the DLC was complete, we focused our attention on the sequel. It was going to have a fantasy spy theme, which was eventually modified to Covert Commandos. We were traveling to a new part of the map to hunt down the most dangerous man in the world. Beat boards continued. As the story started to take real shape, we asked if the artist could be moved into the same room as the writers. We could then get real-time updates to the story and create quick storyboards. Previously, most people working on the game didn't know the full story until all the pieces had been put together in a take-home build, months from shipping the final game. For the first time ever, we could show the whole team what the story was intended to be near the beginning of the project, rather than the end. The biggest benefit of this was that the story could receive feedback from a wider cross-discipline audience and could then be iterated on more than ever before. This also helped unblock the art team in an unprecedented way. Being able to look at the whole story in one glance meant that we could begin to prioritize our efforts. For example, we could tell which locations would feature most heavily, so we could spend more time designing their architecture, props, and clothing. It also forced us to do quick first-pass designs without overthinking, knowing that later we could come back and refine things if they changed. This method takes a lot of pressure off and prevents things from feeling overbaked. I'm assuming a TTRPG game would be more about some of the more common people involved, the fight against the Blight. Yeah, so I kind of like thought about it, like, because there's so much, like, we could, like, you could go in the past, you know, like, we could go back into, like, the first Blight. We could go back before the Blights even happened. Or we could go, you know, during Dragon Age Origins. We could go during Dragon Age 2. I kind of almost want to do, like, a story for each of the main games, where kind of seeing what, like, because like you're so focused on what's going on with like the Warden or Hawk or the Inquisitor or Rook during all of these things. And I think for Veilguard in particular, it'd be very interesting to explore what's going on in Southern Thedas, because we get a little bit of information from the Inquisitor during that, from the missives we get from her, but not a whole lot elsewise. So I think for Veilguard, it would be very interesting to see what's going on in Southern Thedas from the perspective of someone not the Inquisitor. The suggestion of romance at sea. Solus is nearly triumphant, but you reveal that you know about the last elves. Stealthy aquatic infiltration into winter. Team is at its lowest. Sparking an uprising. Gillenane is defeated. Oh, this shows the defeat of Gillenane when you kill her archdemon. And this is, in a dream, Solus is furious with you, and it shows the maw of a wolf. Okay, City. Both games I played in were during Origins. Yeah, I think it'd be fun to, like, sort of explore, like, different things. Because, like, there's so much lore for Dragon Age, like, you could really just dip into any time period. And make it up, you know? That's the good thing. You just make things up. You meet with the Archon of Tevinter. Stop Solus's ritual, but something or someone escapes, and here we see kind of the premise of the actual game manifesting. And then we see Elgernon. I like that they did this sort of sun motif, because he is, quote-unquote, the god of the sun. The Patchwork team doesn't get along at first. I wish that they explored this a little bit more. I wish that there was a little bit more infighting with the companions and yourself. I think that it was a little too kumbaya. Especially because the whole point of doing, like, the companion quests and everything is, like, team building and to make them more confident in their own abilities. And I think that fighting through team infighting would have been a really fun dynamic. Exploring the Anderfels. I wish we got to see a little bit more of the Anderfels. And then we see Solus with the Lyrium dagger. Solus reconstructs the Lyrium dagger from the idol. EA TTRPG Inquisitor origin story. That'd be fun. Hi, Guijo. Oh, we're hydrating. Yeah, hydrate. The team discovers the body of Elgernon's archdemon. And then we see another picture of Gillenane. I like that they, like, from the beginning, they were like, Gillenane's a fucking freak. I like that she's a worm with tentacles. Tranquilizing himself, Solus recloses the veil around himself and the Blight. Interesting. So now I don't know all of the endings. because obviously I chose a very particular ending that was particular to the type of Inquisitor I chose, as well as getting the fragment of Mythal. It's interesting tranquilizing himself. That's very interesting, because that was something he was so against in Inquisition. Anytime that there was the option to, when you sit in judgment missions, where you would judge people who you had stopped on previous missions, anytime it was a mage and you were given the option to tranquil them, make them tranquil, he like greatly disapproved of that. Oh, God, I wish we got this crow armor, because this is like way back with Zevran. Zevran had this type of crow armor, and some of the concept sketches of him. I wish we got this with like the skull and everything. Hold on, I'm just gonna turn the book. I forgot that I could turn the book and not have to turn my head. Weird. Storyboards had played a critical role in the development of Inquisition. We wanted to integrate them into our process even earlier. To that end, we created an interactive storyboard starting with the early drafts of the story. We sketched it all out, including any major choices. These storyboards were then stitched together into a playable choose-your-own-adventure style game. It meant that years before the real game was up on its feet, an early draft of the entire story could be played from beginning to end. This was invaluable in receiving early feedback from the team and planning out what visuals would be needed to support the game. This, like, right, it would have made, like, if I had, remember that ending armor I had with, like, the plumage, and then a hood with the crow skull, how dope would that look? And then we see the sequence was an early fail state. Solus succeeds in his ritual, Lycus Thetis knows it comes to an end, and the ancient elves return. It's interesting, an early fail state. A rather covert entry into Tevinter remained a consistent element in the story right to the end. I feel like we're going in through the sewers here. Rook and team track a mysterious idol to a black market auction. You're not the only team that has been tracking the idol. Interesting. While we worked quickly, these sketches helped reveal where to best spend our efforts later. It turned out we spent far more time in particular locations. Some factions were over or underrepresented. In one case, we discovered a unique creature that would have taken ages to build, but would only have appeared for 10 seconds before disappearing forever. It was cut. What creature? What creature was it? These quick sketches are often used to approve new ideas as fast as possible, in this case exploring a hidden in plain sight meeting place in a Thetis nightclub. Ooh, a Thetis nightclub. Very Corva's Den. Icons from the interactive storyboard, where you could decide whether your Inquisitor had disbanded or preserved the Inquisition and whether they stood opposed to Solus or not. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so you can see the Inquisition mark is sort of smeared, and then we see it in, like, what is that, like laurel leaves? And we see a sword with the wolf. And then I would have loved to see these in the game. These are really, like, these are good. Solus reaches out to Rook in dreams. I love this. I love this art style, like the type of art they do for the murals. I would have a cool hat. I did have the, I should have put on the, I had the bird mask, like where it like actually looks like a bird, but it looks more like a pigeon than a crow. Exploring new sections of the Deep Roads. I'm sad we didn't get to go back into the Deep Roads a little bit more and explore a little bit more of Kal Sharok. I wanted to go see more of Kal Sharok. After a round of feedback, the story was revised. For the next batch of drawings, we added more polish. This helped us design the game before designing the game. At this stage, we weren't too precious about anything, so we could make visual decisions quickly, purely to tell the story. Many designs made during the stage remain largely intact. With the help of the Wardens, you defeat Elgranon. Oh, here we see. This is kind of, I imagine, instead of Elgernon, this is what happened when we defeated Razakale, Gillidan's archdemon. Ooh. A version of the deserts of Navarra, in this case trying some very high contrast white ash and sharp black obsidian. That's another thing I wish we got to see a little bit more of, like, Navarra, like, as a whole instead of just the necropolis, because the necropolis is a very small part of Navarra. Eastern Tevinter town of Ventus. This Tevinter location is little less oppressive than the megapolis of Minrathous. You can see the hanging gardens in the background are magical statues keeping Arlathan Forest from encroaching any further. This is nice. This is, like, very, almost reminds me of, like, the Gardens of Babylon type thing. Another fail state was that if you couldn't find a way to block Solus from your dreams, he would be able to kill you remotely. What the fuck? The fuck? Solus lures his greatest threats to the location and wipes them off the board. They were gonna have Solus be, like, much more of a dickhead. Some visual backstory for Solus's cut bad cop right hand Riva. Oh, so here we see a little bit more of the quote unquote agents that Solus might have obtained. And this was Riva. What's up, Ryan? How are you? In disguise at fancy necropolis ball, waited on by undead. Oh, we could have had a masquerade moment where we didn't have to wear ugly Inquisition uniforms. That would have been nice. At the ball, you sneak into the host office only to find Riva one step ahead of you. Riva reports back to Solus. I wonder if at this point they had thought to have it so that Solus is trapped in the Fade, in a prison. In one draft of the story, Solus manipulated Tevinter and the Antom into open war with the goal of performing the biggest blood magic spell since the creation of the Veil. You know, I was reading something where this person was talking about how, and I don't think that they finished the game. They're like, you know, BioWare seems to forget the points of their own story, and they're like, because at some point in Dragon Age Inquisition, the Inquisitor can be having a conversation with Solus, and they talk about blood magic, and Solus is kind of like, I'm not really into blood magic sort of vibe. Like, he's not like a, oh, I hate that, I would never do blood magic, but kind of like, I'm not really into it. And in the beginning of Veilguard, Solus says, I abhor blood magic to Rook. And this person is like, Solus abhors blood magic? Since when? And I think that they probably didn't finish the game because it's very clear that Solus is lying to Rook like the entire time. Like, he's lying to Rook to manipulate them. So it's just like, what? Well, yeah, he says that he abhors blood magic, but does he actually? Like, he used blood magic to seal away the elves. Like, just on my lunch break? Hell yeah. Hope you're having a good day. And then we see down here, Rook would have covertly approached both sides of the conflict to plead for peace. Should Rook fail at diplomacy, Solus also planted magic collecting orbs around the battlefield. Sabotaging them would be Rook's last option. But man, they were really gonna have, like, Solus be a piece of shit, even more so. Solus's magical ritual in Arlathan Forest had already begun. Oh, so they were originally gonna have the ritual take place in Arlathan instead of Minrathous. Elves loyal to Solus's cause stand in your way. You finally reach Solus just as he plunges his lyrium dagger into the veil. Riva reveals a monstrous dreadwolf creature. We see the dreadwolf creature a little bit more clearly. souls to stop, but you begin to learn that you've unleashed something far worse. So this is very, very similar to what we see in the end game. Minor changes. We don't see Riva, who was kind of cut from the final game, but we do see this ritual that is happening. It was originally supposed to, and don't mind, that's makeup. We see this ritual that was supposed to take place in Arlethan was then moved to Minrathous. I'm not sure why it was moved to Minrathous in particular. Wonder if there was a reason for that. The biggest advantage to working like this is turnaround time. You can show someone a drawing and say like this, and then quickly revise it. See little storyboards. We almost got Ishmael. Imshale. Having previously joined Solus turns out to be a loyal double agent. We almost got a sexy demon lady. Damn. Kalshrog dwarves perform a ceremony in the grip of an ancient titan. Are they feasting on? That looks like they're fucking. Sexy demon lady. It kind of looks like they're eating a darkspawn. Solus tranquilizes Gillenane above, and as his last act performs the same procedure on himself. And we see that again. Demon lady thick. Oh, here we have... Interesting. Gillenane reveals herself to the world. So this is, I think, before they decided to make her gross and monstrous. She's got Canary subjugated down here. And then we see Razakale. Oh, Inquisitor. A final message from the Inquisitor. Defeated Solus enters the Black City alone. You see that down here. About to do unholy things to this case and fuck it up. Fuck that shit up. I do wish, one thing I do wish they did is I wish that they gave the Inquisitor a better outfit in Veilguard. Because they kind of gave them just like the standard Shadow Dragon outfit, and I wish that they gave like, because Hawk gets like their own fit in Inquisition. So I wish that they had given the Inquisitor like a distinct, like, this is a very important person. She shouldn't be just dressed in like normal garb. Team members betray you. Oh, that's interesting. A sacrifice opens the Black Alluvian. Ooh, what was the Black Alluvian? A happy ending with your love interest. Oh, we see Davrin. Secret instructions from Charter. Oh, I wish we got to interact with Charter more. We only really got like letters and codexes through Harding. And we see some war table. I think this is the early version of Lucanus. Probably the early version of Tosh. And then we see Isabella. You can tell because she's got the big hat. Looks like either Dorian or Lucanus just looking sick of her shit. The ship was a great backdrop for interpersonal conflict of the team. We enjoyed thinking about how to make it unique, like including a collection of curiosities seen above. We also liked that Isabella procured it for you, but as a fixer-upper. Nothing like a scrappy but lovable ship to call home. You voted for Trump? I'm sorry, you lack brain cells. That's terrible. Sorry. Seek help, I guess. Unrelated, I love your hand tattoo. It makes me want— oh, thanks. Thanks. I don't have anything right here. It goes all the way around. Hand tattoo also fucking hurt, by the way. That shit sucked. I don't ever want to get my hand tattooed ever again. I'm kind of, so I'm kind of glad that they didn't do the whole ship thing as your base. I think that that would have been, I don't know, I don't think that I would have liked it so much. I think, however, going into the next game, if we're kind of operating under the information that we have gotten so far about what might happen in the next game, I think having like a ship, if like we were to cross the seas to go see what is outside of Thetis, I think having a ship as your home base would be fucking sick. But I do like that they sort of made, because the Illuvians have been so important since Dragon Age 2 with Meryl. So I like that they incorporated the Illuvians so much and kind of explained how you're able to sort of fast travel to all of these different places across Northern Thetis. It's much better than, I think, than having to travel by ship. The ship and pirate outfits, I am in. Yeah, I think that a ship would work a lot better for if we were traveling outside of Thetis. I would definitely like having like a ship as like a little, and especially like with all the curios, that would be fun. And then this is, start over here. This sequential series was another way to explore the story structure that was solidifying. It relates to the story of Rook, who returns to her ship to find the Inquisitor waiting and expecting a report. Rook tells of the Necropolis mission being interrupted by Solus, making uneasy alliances, going undercover with the Canari, rising in the ranks and then betraying them to Tevinter. Finally heading to Weishaupt, stopping the Wardens from making a huge mistake and ultimately joining them and slaying an archdemon. Yeah, so it's interesting that the Inquisitor definitely had much more of a importance in early game development. And again, I think that they ended up kind of not doing that for a lot of logistical reasons. And also I think that probably from like an actual storytelling standpoint and like from a player standpoint, I think having the little cameos with the Inquisitor and Veilguard, which was much more impactful than if we had the Inquisitor sort of looming over us the entire time. I think that it would have impacted and taken away from Rook's own story to have the Inquisitor so involved. And it would have felt more like almost like a continuation of the Inquisitor story. And not that Veilguard isn't a continuation of Inquisition, of Dragon Age Inquisition, but it is Rook's story at the end of the day. Like, Veilguard specifically is Rook's game. So to kind of infringe, it's the same way that if Hawke was more involved in the Inquisition, it would have felt more like Hawke's story instead of the Inquisitors. It would have alienated people who didn't play Inquisition or didn't. Yeah, exactly, that too. Boats, but make the travel time 1-to-1. I love that shit in No Man's Sky. These are very interesting storyboards. We see Harding here. And then we see the Archdemon. Also, what's up, Phoenix? Ooh. The Dumas. They really, like, they were really set on having like, a ship as, like, our home base. The ship idea was coalescing. The name Dumas was pulling ahead, named for the first Archdemon. We were on Frostbite, so we knew we could probably borrow some of that awesome ocean tech from Battlefield. One problem was that thematically, boats didn't quite line up with the spy theme. They're too easy to spot and attack, but you know what's not easy to spot? Submarines. The idea was completely insane, so we had to try it. This brought up the challenge of anachronism. Submarines don't fit in a fantasy game, obviously, but what if we found a way? The first attempts were to make a submersible boat, something that looked mostly like a boat but could plausibly dive under the surface. Interesting. Oh, thanks! These were my Veilguard nails. I put them on for the release of Veilguard. And then we see a little bit more of the schematics. The more we research and reference submarine mechanics, the more nautical they became. Subs are incredibly sophisticated marvels of engineering, but the more we reference them, the more we strain the believability of our fantasy world. Yeah, they like really were putting in the work to try and make this doable. Submarines provide the element of surprise. It was fun to explore how to exit and enter the ship from each mission. And you see sort of backdrops, you see the ship here. Undersea people. Oh my god, what if? Yo, I'm still like haunted by that big ass fucking shark we saw when we went into the ossuary. Terrifying. I don't want to look at that. We thought it would be fascinating to have a mysterious prisoner in your brig. Do you let him out? What? No. Why? Why would I do that? Again, I'm super happy that they ended up not going the route of the ship. I just feel like I don't think that would have fit in right. Ooh. That's sick, though. That's really fucking cool, though. Dragon sub. To make a submarine that fit into our world, we tried to make it look more like a sea monster. We had already named it after the dragon Dumont, so it felt natural fit. That's kind of dope. We tried to disguise the sub as a natural creature, making it look more like a dragon or a sea monster. So you can see, like, this looks very much like a sea monster, and then it kind of devolves into something a little bit more obviously mechanical. Dumont cutaway. We wanted the interior of the Dumont built into Venture to feel luxurious and mysterious. So we have a little bit more of what it would look like inside. Oh, and here's a shot of it kind of emerging with like the mouth open. That's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, that's really fucking cool. To help give a voice to the Dumont, we explored having a captain and an engineer. They had been shelved along with their experimental vessel for decades. We even explored them having an unrequited love story. Oh! This, I think, ended up becoming probably the basis for Hezenkos. Looks very similar to Hezenkos. Big Atlantis vibes, yeah. We designed a mystery engine that the engineer had to feed seemingly random objects into in order to keep it running. 10 dried lavender flowers, 5 quail's eggs, 3 brass belt buckles, etc. It would have served as a way to offer up some light fetch quests. While you're out, could you pick 10 giant spider fangs? Glad they didn't do that. Don't give me any more fucking fetch quests. I'm sick of fetch quests. Underwater mansion. Wow, that was very New York. I don't know where that came from. The direction that started to feel the most correct was the underwater mansion on the back of a creature. It was much more mysterious and appropriate to the fantasy genre. It still gave us the awesome underwater vistas, but we weren't limited to the claustrophobic restrictions inherent to submarines. This is really fucking cool. Again, I think this might be sort of the basis of like the ossuary. We explored having a giant golem or a colossal sea creature carry the Dumont mansion. I'll do a little close-up of... Yeah, they definitely borrowed some of the elements for the lighthouse too, because where do you normally find a lighthouse? On the water. True. This part in particular definitely reminds me of the ossuary. Little like snow globe. The mansion on the back of a giant, something that you would only catch small glimpses of. Is it a giant sea monster? A colossal construct? As someone who is terrified of the open ocean, I'm really glad they didn't do this, because I feel like I would have been having a bad time every time I went back to base. It's almost giving, How's Moving Castle? You know? This looks like he's a crab. That's a crab. Covert Commandos. Covert Commandos was our answer to the fantasy spy theme. Rather than slipping into the rogue mindset that implies, it left room for warriors to smash things and mages to light things up with fireballs. We tried to imagine what the high adventure of Covert Commandos might look like. It was a lot of fun to explore different team-ups between classes and factions. How do they solve problems differently? We have a lot of different storyboards and story beats for this. Ooh, I like this one right here. Fuck the ocean. I hate the ocean, man. That's Warnwatch vibes. I hate, like, I'm terrified of the open ocean. It scares me. I don't want to think about it. It's horrifying. I tried to play Subnautica once and I almost cried. Going undercover with a trading caravan to make a map. Escaping a dragon on Griffinback. A heist becomes a rescue. Evading guards in the Undercity. 3 brave warriors escape the warriors hold the gap while civilians escape. Everyone is on edge when an Antivan crow enters the room. I'm looking for a shred of Zevran, just a crumb of Zevran. All my homies hate the ocean. Watch Dead Calm. Ugh. The Palanquin heist. I think this is Ishmael. Imshel. I keep saying Ishmael. It's Imshel. I think this is, again, one of the early versions of, no, Imshale, the demon. They had explored, apparently, having her come back as a companion in this game. This is an early version of Tosh, I think. Switcheroo at the prisoner exchange. So they had a lot of, like, little quests planned out. The party holds a choke point. Complicated ecosystems. Ooh, bear. Sneaking through the streets of Minrathous. Again, I do wish we got to see a little bit more of Minrathous rather than just Docktown. I understand, like, they only really offered, like, one location for each kind of area, but I would have loved to see, more of the Anderfells. I would have loved to see, like, Kalsharok. I would have loved to see more of Navarra rather than just the Necropolis. More of Ravane. Treviso, honestly, because, like, I like it. Like, I liked just Treviso. I was good with just Treviso for Antiva. Scoundrels flee when the crows come to town. I like how literally just this really, when the governor says something about, like, the crows being circus freaks, this actually kind of makes sense. That checks out, actually. Steal some uniforms and bluff your way past a guard. A high-speed Aravel chase. The team uses its skills to outwit some bandits. Clearing a roadblock. Sabotage down at the docks. I like this. Cool. We see... I don't know what this looks like. That looks like the, like a divine headpiece. Killing time until the monsters show up. 5 more seconds. They're happening. Discovering the Griffin Sanctuary. Oh, a big Griffin! Oh my god, they really do get really big. I don't know why I thought they were, like, maybe the size of a horse. You know? But they get really fucking big, huh? Early in— oh, we almost had Sten! We almost had Sten! Fuck! The early stages of character design are exciting. Writers and artists will develop simple sketches or descriptions to start filling up the blank canvas. Start simple. The character works as a thumbnail sketch. They'll work when blown up to full size. It's a great way to keep an eye on shape and color and to make sure they all stand out from one another. An important element on the battlefield. We explore NPCs throughout the duration of a project. They change constantly as we discover more about the project and have new problems to solve. It was that Sten. It was that Sten back. Ah, back. Makes me so sad. Oh, an early idea for Cole acts as a compassionate voice for Solus. I am sad. I know that the caretaker almost feels like a, kind of like a stand-in for Cole. Like, definitely, like the caretaker felt very, very much like Cole. Yeah, this is the art book, Gem. But man, I would have loved to have Cole come back because I think that Cole and Solus had a very important connection in Inquisition that became even more important once we learn that Solus is a spirit. Some characters are strong right out of the gate and change very little, like Emmerich here. We won't know until the project nears completion, and then we see the... Yeah, Emmerich very much stayed kind of true to form. And then we have Sten. We almost had Sten. It's always fun to bring back old characters into newer games. In this case, we explored Sten from Origins as a Dreadnought captain. Well, we know that Sten became the Aeroshock. And we do get mentions of Sten when the Antom, like, they're in a codex about the Antom revolting because he was the Aeroshock, so... Yeah, it would have been hard to bring Cole into considering the... Yeah. Again, I think that's why they ended up not doing that. I think that's why they ended up not doing a lot of things, just because it was hard to account for the choices that are made by the players. From where we left off in Inquisition and Trespasser, we knew Solus to be a central figure. We wanted to show Solus as cast off his hermit disguise. He was never flashy, but he was calculating and intentional, so we gave him the ancient elven god equivalent of a business suit. Mans was rocking a business suit. That's funny. I do like that, though. I'm glad that they didn't give him... So, they actually gave him this headpiece in one of the artworks for him that was released. In one of, like, I think it was like a lithograph. I like all of these little, kind of silhouettes, though. That's dope. Choose around. In early stages, it helps to explore simple expressions of each character. It forces us to exaggerate, focus on fewer details, and really emphasize what matters most. Eventually, we can start getting more specific, but this is a valuable stage not to skip over. And honestly, this is just... It's good to work with, it's good to just work with shapes and not worry so much about, getting into the minutia of, like, little details when it comes to character design. You need a deal. God, I would love a DLC. I know we're not getting one, but love one. I just want more content. Early sketches of Gillenane and her experiments emerging from the sea. Oh, I like how here, they didn't have her as a gross worm monster. In earlier drafts, Solus had a partner who could play bad cop to Solus's good cop. So here we see more of Riva. A dwarf and her construct friend. Oh, that would have been really fun. I know we got Harding, but that would have been really fun to see a dwarf with, like, a golem. Veilguard and Gillenane were the two remaining elven gods. From the beginning of the project, we were excited about a double blight. So they knew that a double blight was fucking... They were just like, yep, we're just gonna fuck up our players. She went from worm to not gross monster to whatever she was in game. Oh, here we see a little bit more of how Gillenane gets a little bit more affected by the blight. She's horrifying. Look at this. Terrifying. Oh, even worse down here. What's going on there? Gillenane is the mother of Hala, goddess of monsters. Elgradon is the god of vengeance and the sun, fire, and shadow. The eclipse motive made sense very early on. Yeah, that makes sense. Here we see very early, I think this is an early version of Davrin. Early version of Harding. Not early version, but this design of Harding. They have a little paper with a sketch of Solus on it. An early version of the party meets up in a private booth at the Blue Blood Club. What does that mean? Maybe an early version of Nev? This person has a prosthetic leg. Lace Harding in travel gear? I think they were going with the New York style early on, which honestly I love. One of my gripes with it is that everyone looks kind of waxy again. Look, they look shiny. Get them some oil blotting paper. Yeah, Nev has a prosthetic leg. Rogue Tosh. Oh, they were gonna go rogue for Tosh. Rogue Tosh in a dragon skin suit. And here we see Imshale. Imshale, a choice spirit in human form. And then they have both the femme presenting and male presenting. And then we see an Antivan Crow dreamer who is covered in tattoos that remind her of her identity when she returns from dreaming. I like that. That's really cool. We get a little bit more Qunari. In his earliest form, a potential Qunari companion was a Cerebos, a mage. And cool, we almost had a Cerebos. Trying to find the right balance between Warden and Dalish Hunter in an early exploration of Davrin. I'm glad they didn't do the stupid little hat. Glad they didn't do the silly little hat. Lucanus started as a Tevinter agent. Oh. We almost got Calpurnia. Calpurnia was to return from Inquisition, this time as a party member. Oh, she has a prosthetic leg. Oh, that's who it was. It was Calpurnia. I guess they switched out Calpurnia for Nev. A potential Qunari companion evolved from Cerebos to Dapper Qunari Spy, offering a deeper look into Qunari culture. Guy fucks. Yeah, that man fucks. Long ago, the Kalsharok were cut off from the rest of the dwarves by a blight. They survived by hunting Darkspawn, becoming like Grey Wardens. We explored what scrappier dwarves with an even closer relationship to the stone would look like. Yeah, she actually, like, killed her and stole her leg. That's my headcanon, at least. I like this. I like the thought, like, you know, like, when... So we... When did the Kalsharok got cut off in the first or second blight? So they have almost literally been cut off from the rest of the world for like 1,000 years. Like the rest of the dwarves for 1,000 years. Like, how would they have developed differently? I like the idea of like making them also like physically different. Tevinter found the last tatters of ancient Elven Empire and copied what they could. We wanted Tevinter designs to look like simplistic copies of Elven designs. Here's Qunari. The red rope of the Qunari represents their ideology, the Qun. Each member is simply one section of the continuous thread that will one day wrap around Thetis. I love the Qunari designs. I think the Qunari designs are so good. And then we have some crow. Early exploration of the crows. These weren't luxurious enough. They're like, no, more luxury. Is this person on stilts? You can't tell me that's not Zevran. That's Zevran right there. Little tassel. Here we see a little bit more of a polished version of Lucanus and Davrin, and then obviously the earlier version of Gosh. Yeah, just DA7 when they focus on Kanari. It's gonna happen. Cassandra? Navarra is a largely desert nation, so we came up with a design language that was light and flowing. Navarran dragon hunters might wear ceremonial dragon cloaks with a large crest helmet. That's Cassandra. That's my baby. That's my baby right there. For the Morn Watch, we explored dermestid, beetle, and fly motifs. We also researched the embalming process and how undead bodies might decay with neglect. That's really cool. Has to make some— no worries, Weasel. I beat it last night, Ad. You missed it. Thanks. Streamed for 10 hours yesterday. I started and I couldn't stop. A Talbashoff from Ravane. What are you gonna do with my life now? Play it again. Sit in my immeasurable sadness and grieve. I like this design a lot. That's a little bit more— that's we can see kind of where Tasha's design was going. Happy Skyrim Day. I don't give a fuck about Skyrim. Some of the first costumes designed for Joplin were mercenary outfits. The idea was to come up with a cheap, standardized uniform that would be easy to mass produce. It would be the common gear for mercenaries and bandits alike. This is giving Rey from Star Wars. A normal day in Tevinter. Tevinter was built on the corpse of the Elven Empire. Thematically, we explored costumes for Tevinter citizens that resembled scavengers, such as a vulture, a fly, a maggot. We also tried to see if access to water would make for a good class distinction. The more wet someone looked, the wealthier they were. That's really interesting. We designed the Tevinter clothing style based on Dorian and the Venatori, soldiers from the Inquisition. I like this. I did always think that like the Tevinter like armor looked fucking sick. While Tevinter is full of powerful mages and shady characters, there are still people living their lives there. We wanted to design the full spectrum of Tevinter society. I think that is important. Like I think when like even like it I think Dorian even makes like mention of this where like there's just like normal people living in Tevinter. And obviously we see that with Nev. Like Nev's just like a normal— well, not really super normal, but she's just like a normal person. Like she's not like enslaving anyone or like living in the lap of luxury. Academic robes for the Mages College. We didn't really get to see the Mages College. I mean, we also— that's also dependent upon who you put as divine. No? Or is there a Mages College elsewhere? Is there a Mages College up in Navarra? Not a circle, a college. Exploring the various categories of Tevinter slaves. A draconic motive for the Antom? Yo, that fucking braid is sick. It's a big boy. It's a big boy. A Tevinter gladiator enhanced with magical irons. Party explores an ancient elven ruin, but it's protected by a magical security system. Ow. Made you look. There can be a tendency to race through environments. To help teach players to pay more attention, we explored creatures that would be deadly to the unobservant. Oh, so mimics. The wizard's scissor chair was a favorite It's got two meanings behind it. Enter a fancy dining room or the luxurious hall of a mattress's tower, and you'd never know when one of these was ready to snap. Certain barrels might have extra webs around them, make them occasionally shudder. The wizard's scissor chair. I said what I said. We tried to develop some hybrid creatures, things that Gillinane might have experimented on, like this Cyclops dragon centaur. That's fucking creepy. Some creatures are designed to solve a problem, in this case keeping players away from the ocean. This was meant to be Gillinane's version of a mermaid. Mermaid. An impromptu bottom surgery. Alright guys, we have an ad coming up. I will be right back. Stick around. Alright, we're back, y'all. And there's dinosaurs! Ah! Dinosaurs. It's not dinosaurs, it's turtles, but they look like dinosaurs. The turtle is another creature that would force players to pay attention to their environment. It would be passive unless you got too close. Later on, we would explore what was possible with domesticated versions of this animal. Snapping turtle. Oh. Messenger dolls. When you light the candle, it comes to life. You hand it a scroll and it tells the name of the recipient. Not many messages actually make it to their final destination, so it's best not to use a messenger doll for any critical information. This is what we see the earlier versions of the candle hop. What's up, Bruin? They robbed us of dinosaurs. Practice of blood magic in Tevinter has created a black market for blood. Sometimes there simply aren't enough volunteers. Oh. He looks like a... I think they made him look like a, mosquito. More Gilnean's hybrid creatures, this time a vulture bear and a giant. That's fucking terrifying. Horrifying. Yes. We explored the idea for public transportation in Minrathous, domesticated giants that act as a taxi service. Enjoy it. Nice! Glad you have the day off. Me too. Every wizard needs a wizard tower and a wizard scissor chair, apparently. When we thought it would be fun if Tevinter had entire suburbs of them. Early diagrams like this help flesh out the visual language of a location, starting with the Tevinter tile sets and props we made in Inquisition. We expanded on the sharp-angled, proud-shaped language. A little bit. You can see it's like very, very geometric. Sharp angle. Minrathous has specific location on the map of Thedas, with the Nosen Sea to its east and the Valerian Fields and High Reaches to its west. It was exciting to try to bring this location to life. A little bit more of city. Minrathous. Non-literal maps and diagrams like this help keep track of complicated locations. Tevinter has been referenced since the first Dragon Age game. There are many locations and landmarks that have been mentioned in dialogue and journal entries. As we began to build Tevinter for real, we tried to organize these elements into a cohesive... So we see... This is the city of Minrathous, and we see where the Archon Palace is, the Chantry, Colosseum, and we see the Nosen Sea, Valerian Fields, High Reaches. I imagine this is lower class is probably where Docktown is. Okay. Move into the Veilguard. A symbolic map of Thedas, rather than providing specific cartographical information, expresses the character of each region. So this is, I believe this is the actual map that we see in game. So we see the Lion of Orlais, we see the Mabari of Ferelden, see the Anderfels, Kal Sharok, we see Navarra with the skulls, we see the crows for Antiva, some sort of sea monster, octopus, squid for Ravane. I'm gonna cry because we see the Inquisitor symbol for where Skyhold is. We see Kirkwall right here with the statues of the slaves. Up here we have like this is I think this is Minrathous. A little dark, honestly. Up here is where like Parval and Saharan are. Oh, here we go. How many cries did I miss? A lot. Like 3, I think. But it was a sustained cry. It was a cry for the ages. Here we go. I'm gonna flip this really quick to read this. Art style. Dragon Age has never exactly been photorealistic. Dragon Age Origins was loosely based on fantasy paintings, filtered through the limitations of the technology of the time. In Dragon Age 2 and continuing in Inquisition, we wanted to push our characters' designs to support their strong personalities. For Veilguard, we wanted to take a confident step away from the uncanny valley and toward even stronger characterization. The goal was to make personality and emotion read more clearly. In the same way, theatrical makeup exaggerates an actor's features. We briefly discussed doing extensive focus tests, but the core leadership believed in this direction, and we knew we'd use any data we received from focus testing to just do exactly what we wanted anyway. That saved us half a year. So here they did, basically they took what the characters looked like in Inquisition, and they showed what they would have looked like in Veilguard. And we see, particularly Cullen looks a little bit more like a Giga Chat. Same for Liliana and Cassandra. And they kind of showed as well the stylization that they did. And I kind of like that, because like this is boring, kind of boring. This is much more stylized, much more interesting to look at. Here they talk a little bit more about the stylization. We set up design hierarchy with shape at the top. Silhouette was the primary concern. Personality needed to come through loud and clear at this stage. Each subsequent design element supported what came before it. Value helped to strengthen and clarify silhouette. Color supported value, and texture tied it all together. So they sort of show the original shape versus how they exaggerated the shape to make it a little bit more prominent. You can see even with like the tents here as well. And I like that. I like that a lot. I like the focus on silhouette rather than realism, you know? If you want something to stand out, like you have to stylize it. I don't think that moving towards like photorealism in games is like peak art style, you know? I think that having something be stylized is perfectly valid. And we see a little bit more of the between Inquisition Isabella and Veilguard. There are games where it works, and there are games where thematic art styles just work. Yeah, and I think that the thematic, the stylized art style for Veilguard worked. Even in things with like barrels and like crates. Oh, everyone played fantasy games for realism. Yeah, don't they? My fucking camera keeps like shifting ever so slightly. Stop it. And we see even pulling from actual reference of a door and stylizing it. Believable personality. Push the shapes to tell a story. Value, color, texture supports the shapes. Exaggerate unique features and more variety in stone sizes. Decadence plus entropy equals faded paint. I like that. I like that a lot. Elgernon. The elven god of tyranny, vengeance, fatherhood, and the sun, all father of the elven pantheon. In previous games, we've seen powerful human mages that obeyed evil gods, broke into the Black City, and were corrupted. This time, we were going to see the evil gods themselves. We wanted to make previous characters like Corypheus and the Architect look like crude copies next to Elgar's controlled visage. With Solus, we established that hair loss would be the only outward indication of an ancient elf's appearance. Elgar wears a wig attached to his crown. Are you fucking— that's fucking hilarious. Wig snatched. The shards of lyrium around his collar were each taken from a slain titan during the war between first elves and the titans. They became corrupted by their time in the Black City. So we see a little bit of his designs. Elgar's uses eclipse shape language, a reference to being the god of fire and shadow. I love like the designs of little trinkets like that, like buttons and things. It's very funny. And we see the design of like the back piece he uses. Oh, is that necessary? Maisie! Relax. She hates the neighbors. You're new here, my dog viciously hates our neighbors. And it's just a very specific neighbor. And they walk their dog like 3 times a day. His costume was meant to reflect a general or dictator archetype. He proudly brandishes the medals of his previous conquests as a symbol of authority. The badges on his coat are more modest at the bottom, but become more and more ostentatious as his victories and his pride increase. He also wears around his neck a vial of dust taken from the same spot where his spirit self-formed his body from the dust. Interesting. And we see kind of almost the final version of his character design. One direction we explored had him badly desiccated, with only magical living armor keeping him alive. And we see sort of the similarities between Usakan, his archdemon, and his own like headpiece and everything. Here we have Gillinane. I'm gonna flip the book so I can read this part. Goddess of monsters, mother of the Hala, Gillinane was once an elf chosen by Andrel, the goddess of the hunt, to become a god as a reward for her devotion to the world's animals. She then became part of the elven pantheon. She is the goddess of monsters, creating countless twisted creatures. She has modified herself so much over the years that whatever her face may have been, it's been forgotten. Her mask tells the story of how she was made the youngest of the gods. On the first day, she struck down the monsters of the air. On the second day, she drowned the giants of the sea. On the third day, she killed the beasts of the land. I do really love Gillinane's design, as fucking creepy as it is, with the arms and how sinewy it looks. Gillinane's horns are meant to reflect hunting bow in reference to Andrel. And what we know is that her and Andrel are lovers, or at least Gillinane greatly admired and loved Andrel, unclear of if it was reciprocated. Gillinane is our sinister mad scientist god, using her blighted magic to create horrors out of Thetis' people and wildlife. She mutates the Darkspawn into even more powerful and efficient forms, for example, and also warps the Antom, who foolishly come to her for power. And here we see Razakale, and again, like the similarities in silhouette and everything. They were doing it. They were fucking. Oh, fucking. Gillinane wants to restore the old Elven Empire so she can continue her work. Analytical and curious, she sees everyone as a potential stock for experiments, except for fellow god Elgranon, with whom she gets on well. Gillinane is pitiless about her work. She'll happily slice open 100 people for parts, but she's got a soft spot of pride in her monsters once. Her archdemon Razakale is an enhanced dragon that gets modified even further. And here we see... Oh, this is like a very, Disney-esque... Not even... Sword in the Stone? That reminds me of Sword of the Stone, for some reason. Razakale was inspired by the Jabberwocky from Terry Gilliam's film of the same name. Handsome fellow. Scoundrels. The Scoundrels were an idea to add unique encounters to spice up combat and imply narrative depth. These would be like Batman B-villains that cross your paths, mess with you, and then run off to bother you another day. The main criteria was that they should be built using existing assets. Some of the most rewarding work happens with extreme limit. Stalker that will never die, returned from origin, so we see more of the Deep Stalker. Son of the Skywatcher, the Blacksmith, the Blood Witch, the Golden Mercenary, the Professor, the Librarian, the Owl Gang, the Fox, the Mist. Here we see a bit more. And I like that they have the son of the Skywatcher because we met the Skywatcher in Inquisition. The hardest part about designing scoundrels is knowing you won't be able to build them all yet. We like the idea of them joining forces and creating an anti-party, a group that could specifically counter each of your followers. See a little bit more. The Librarian, the Dove, the Spectre, the Champion, the Duelist, the Hunter. The Lava Queen. I think we sort of see this come into fruition almost with the quote-unquote red lyrium version of Harding during Harding's companion quest. Not really red lyrium, but just angry lyrium. The Artifact, the Interrogator, the Flame, the Black Dragon, the Cartographer, the Deadly Stillness, the Faithless, Blackbird, the Marshal, Prince, Madame Venatori, Professor Skeleton, the Swarm, the Yondernaut, the Bank, the Mornwatch Soldier, Poltergeist, and Necronite. So these were all sort of possible enemies to be facing. Scoundrels were originally proposed as a replacement for the Inquisitor's judgment scenes. After defeating a scoundrel, you would have a choice about how to deal with them. So similarly to how we had the Sit in Judgment quest in Inquisition, there would be scoundrels to judge and dole out punishments too. I think that is a little too on the nose with what happened in Inquisition. So I'm glad that they kind of veered away from that. I'm gonna make good, have fun. I want to finish the tutorial on Origins. Have fun, Weasel. I hope you're enjoying Origins so far. You killed a scoundrel, you could take their weapons and costume, no matter how outlandish. Or you could spare their life and call on them for a favor later on down the road. I don't know why that was hard to read. Yeah, hopefully Rook would have better posture. The scoundrels also offered up the opportunity to give more faces to the various regions and factions of Thetis. Tevinter libraries may be vast, but how much more vast do they seem if they produce a scoundrel like the Librarian? I'm also going to do the little poll. So we're going to do a little poll for you guys to decide what my next character is going to be. So it's between Mornwatch and Grey Warden. It is going to be, so whatever faction I choose, that will be who I will be romancing. So if we do Mornwatch, we'll be romancing Emmerich. If we do Grey Warden, we'll be romancing Davrin. So I'm just going to start the poll. And we'll see what wins. I'm kind of like, I was thinking about actual character designs and stuff, but I'm still not sure what they're gonna look like. So. Oh, now we're getting into the companions. So we have Valara. Valara is a Dalish technomancer. When the elven gods emerged, the blighted energy that they brought caused previously dormant elven artifacts to come to life, and Valara focused her energy on learning how they worked for the benefit of both her fellow Dalish elves and her team. ADHD bag, truly. So we see even earlier versions of her up here. First sketches of Valara started with the descriptions Jules Verne Dork. Jules Verne Dork. Looking at all of the little things. She's very intense. I just got a message from my friend who said she's downloading Veilguard. She's very intense. She tries to be focused but attempts too many things at once and ends up getting overwhelmed and not doing any of them, which makes her feel guilty. She then compensates by taking on too much once again. So real, honestly. Too real. The rings on Balara's gauntlet rotate and then lock in place. So we see moving semi-liquid mirror particles, also portal for shards, Illuvian map. Balara's gauntlet allows her to interact with ancient elven technology. Let me see a little bit more. Here's her with the archive. It's interesting that they had her as blonde at one point. I don't think I would have liked her as a blonde. We designed her to look like an elven version of an academic doing research in the field, semi-formal but simple elven clothing with every piece of gear she thinks she might need, as well as room to store any fascinating specimen. She likely will never unfold her Illuvian map in-game, but we know it's there. Oh, she has like a little Illuvian map. Because as we know, like the Illuvians, like they're supposed to have like partners, so the Illuvian that we use is very unique because for the most part, the Illuvians that were originally created by June use a basically split version of Illyrium crystal to connect to each other. So each Illuvian should have like a partner. And I think this is supposed to be her room. Valara's space is mostly a workshop where she can continue her research. It's full of ancient elven artifacts, veiled jumper tools, and furniture, and lots of mirrors. Hanging elven artifacts, a metaphor for weight of her mission pressing down on her. Hanging fabric to make it cozier. On a respawn. You're an art book. No, you. Had to let my friend know how Veilguard was. This is actually this particular friend is someone who like me and her played Inquisition at the same time, and we like had endless hours of conversation about Inquisition. Myriad's review. Skip. Could you imagine, Cookie? Davern, he's an elf in his early 30s, but not a delicate, refined one. He's a monster slayer, tougher than your usual elf in stature and demeanor. Davern is a seasoned veteran trying to nurture good in a world that keeps throwing evil at him. There's a confidence in him that comes from knowing he's good at what he does. He broke away from his elven clan in his teens because his insularity stifled him. He wanted adventure. I love Davern's character as well. Someone who just, like, kind of knows who he is as a person. He actively seeks the challenge of monster hunting to test and better himself, figuring if he can come out of a fight alive, it'll forge some steel into his soul. He tried to find the right balance between his elven past and his warden present. Soldier surviving in the wilderness, the armor is lighter but preserves the warden quality. Many elements of his costume were designed to look like pieces created or modified for him out in the field with available materials. Yes, he's voiced by the same voice actor as Javik. Fighting Elgernon's Darkspawn at Weishaupt. And we see sort of a more finished version of Weishaupt here. I like that Davern has remained pretty consistent in his design. We see a sign! Asan and his siblings are the first live griffins we've seen in Dragon Age. Much like medieval illustrations of exotic animals, there is a slight disparity between living griffins and their artistic representation. You didn't know that, Jen? Yep, he's voiced by the guy who voiced Javik. Oh god, little baby griffin. Classically, griffins' bodies are based on larger cats. The bodies of Thetis' griffins are based more on dogs, specifically Great Danes. Asan was a rare first draft design. The first image of him was exactly right. So they didn't do many iterations of the griffin design. Before they were just like, yep, this is it. This is good. An unused endgame appearance for Davern was matching Griffin commander set for him and Asan, marking him as the head of the newly formed Griffin cavalry unit. So we see some armor designs. I kind of like this armor design. That's pretty cool. Each one of Davrin's carvings represents countless hours of tracking, studying, and hunting, a symbol of his accomplishments as he carves his way through the monster world beast by beast. And this is, we see, in his room, we see the carvings that he's done. The griffins are orange cats with wings. Yes. True. There's actually an orange griffin, so... I got this fucking Nug statue. Davrin's room was meant to allow for lots of natural light and fresh air, as much as you can get in the Fade. Davrin's area is filled with monster slaying tools and research, as well as a generous number of perching options for San. Oh. Let me see, sort of diagrams and stuff that Davrin likely did. Cute. Here we see Emmerich. Emmerich is a professor specializing in death magic, hexes, and necromancy. Despite his mastery of dark arts, Emmerich is a friendly, energetic man who loves company and adventure. Deeply curious about everything, especially magic, he's kept himself active by exploring the dangerous catacombs underneath the city and can more than handle himself in a fight. He's part of the Mournwatch, an elite group of necromancers who protect the world of the living from occult horrors. I think that also at the beginning of the book they did say that Emmerich is another character who went through very few iterations before his final design. For his outfit, we explored a combination of academic, mortician, and conductor. Interesting. I don't like that sometimes they switch the way that, like, this vertical text is. Like, they switch the way that it's oriented. Emmerich is a very emotive talker. Gesticulates, underlines points with his hands, etc. His enthusiasm comes through transparently in his body language. I really like this headpiece they have for him. And you can very much see the mortician vibes as well with the outfit. Yeah, I love the way, because it's very, it reminds me very much of, in D&D, where you have, like, the somatic components of a spell, which is, like, the gesture of a spell. Very much reminded me of that, and, like, how, like, the way that you gesture for a spell can help to cast it. Emmerich's work encompasses death and grief. He's sensitive to how they leave people vulnerable and in need of compassion and kindness. He has a deep well of both, especially for his friends. Then we see a little bit more, and we see, like, his design has hardly changed. Oh, looks like we're doing Grey Warden. Emmerich has always had thanatophobia. He is a necromancer afraid to die. Through long study and rituals, he discovered a way to cheat death by becoming undead himself. Jem might be able to answer this for me. Does Emmerich change in any way if you decide to have him become a lich? Like, physically? Events of the game force him to choose between his strange immortality and reviving a dear friend. Emmerich must decide to make his peace with dying or seize immortality, but either way, he comes to a better relationship with death. He does change physically. Okay, I'm excited to see how he changes. Emmerich has a collection of artifacts used to study the esoteric. Is art at the bottom right of the page? Back here. Oh, so he... Okay, that's interesting. I'm glad that they actually showed it instead of just being like, yeah, he becomes a lich. Nothing else changes. A Navarin teapot that belonged to Emmerich's mother. That's, like, really cute. That, like, I like that. That's, like, a very, like, tiny detail, but nice. And then we see Manfred. Emmerich's Fade telescope, if you dare to look. Sure you're not alone. Telescope. What can be said about Manfred? He is Emmerich's loyal assistant, mentee, and friend. We gave him guts made from useful containers Emmerich might need out in the field. I like that. I like that they like use his ribcage as like a little bit of a Bag of holding. Harding! The dwarf scout from Dragon Age Inquisition, the girl next door that develops mysterious, powerful abilities connected to the ancient past of her fellow dwarves. Compassionate and cheerful, she is the heart and conscience of the team. Harding strives to remain true to herself and her humble upbringing, even as she is flung into darkness and world-changing threats. See sort of a stone version of herself. Harding is the moral compass of the group. A kind woman, she has an optimistic outlook and views the world and those who live in it as inherently good, even as she faces monstrous evils. She does not view attributes like empathy as a weakness, but strengths, a friend to everyone on the team. Yeah, you missed poll. Went Grey Warden. Why? What were you gonna vote? I like this picture of her a lot. We tried to make Harding's outfit an evolution of the Inquisition uniform. We imagined her on a mission, waiting for days in a sniper perch, biding her time by embroidering beautiful patterns in her sniper cloak. Harding must deal with newfound stone-based powers that she inadvertently acquires during an early mission in the game. In the early stages, Harding's stone powers were more extreme, including her skin transforming during combat. It was challenging to make the stone skin look appealing and not like an infection. That's fair. The artbook is beautiful. Even with her new powers, Harding would still be an archer. It was fun to explore what that might look like. A corrupted red lyrium version. Harding has a green thumb. Over the course of the game, she transforms a dead space into a lush garden, a feat even more impressive in the Fade. And then we see a version of her room. And I think Harding's room is like the most beautiful. I love Harding's room. Lucanus. A trained assassin possessed by a demon of spite. Lucanus is constantly battling to control the darkness within himself. He is a black hat badass who can kill anything. As a member of the Antivan Crows, Lucanus feels a sense of loyalty to his house that goes beyond duty or monetary gain. Family is ingrained in him as holding a dagger the correct way. I do love my wee wisp boys. Yeah. I love this illustration of him. I like the silhouette of it. He almost looks like a blade. Like, the silhouette is a blade. Lucanus dresses in the Antivan Crow's interpretation of a simple black suit. Though a hardened killer, Lucanus is cultured and comfortable in both upper-class and underworld social settings. He studies his enemies, learning and testing their weaknesses before striking. It's fucking... His slutty little waist. Spite is bae. Lucanus tries not to sleep, so his room is sparse and brooding. This is my favorite armor of his as well in the game. The one with the little one-shoulder cape. Horn Watcher. Well, Joel, you missed out. No LV. He is an executioner who always gets his mark. Calculated and ruthless, he fights with an effortless grace that comes from years of training and experience. A pragmatic and confident gangster? Are we calling Lucanus a gangster? Caffeine addict, demon possessed, slutty waist, husband. Absolutely, you get it, Mike. You get it. Dark sense of humor. He offers no apologies for being morally gray. I like these illustrations of him. Nev! Magical noir detective in the big city. She cares more about everyday people with right now problems than the big picture. Word spreads through Minrathis that she'd help people both on and off the record, so she works whatever case comes her way that are worth taking. Her motto, she takes a job, she finishes it, she walks away. If only things were ever that simple. Her fighting style is low, broad, staccato, and effortless. We found consultations with amputees very valuable in helping us design not only a stylish and practical prosthetic for Nev, but also the accompanying accessories. Her ascot is designed to evoke a pit of snakes. Oh! We see some iterations of the prosthetic, as well as designs. Oh, I kind of like this, like, noir one, the blue one right here. A little too modern, I would say, but very cool. And then we see another version of her, the circular hat outfit that we actually see in the game. I do like that her staff is more of a walking cane than an actual staff. The dark elements on her shoulders are based on shoulder holsters. Nev's outfit is a mix of detective and femme fatale. A cynic with a heart of gold, Nev is clever, driven, and guarded. She has a dry but playful sense of humor. Beneath her nonchalant attitude is someone who cares about what they do and wishes things were better. She can act comfortable in upper-class situations, but she's known to be an outsider, and she's truly in her element in Monrafis' less rich neighborhoods. Her hadro's stacked. As mentioned earlier, Nev's place on the team was originally occupied by the returning villain Calpurnia from Inquisition. After the decision to create a new character, the first versions of Nev's design were Calpurnia as a detective, so that's why we see her as blonde. It's like, smack my monitor. Meeting with consultants changes everything about how we designed her prosthetics and equipment. The first impulse was to make something flashy and multi-purpose. Instead, we chose not to draw too much attention to it, lest it distract from her character. That was a very good decision as well. I mean, I think some people were really even like, Nev has a prosthetic? Yeah, because it's like not what makes her entire character. So I think that's important. Nev's desk, humble by Tevinter standards and marked with a serpent imagery. So we see a little bit of her space in these photos. Another lesson we learned from the consultants was not to make her prosthetic central. It's off to the side, just normal part of her day. Nev's room is the classic gumshoe film noir office with moody lighting and a wall of evidence that grows throughout the game. So we see how it sort of starts kind of sparse, and as things build up in the game, it becomes more. They're in love. Awesome. I love that. I've done my job well. Hell yeah. My husband's actually, so he had started Origins a while ago, but never really got through the first part of it. And he's been playing Veilguard, and he's been really loving it. Every time I like look over at his computer, he's playing it. Tosh is someone who grew up in the free-spirited, multicultural country of Vervain, but was raised to respect the Qunari heritage. Tosh is a dragon hunter who walks in two worlds. Tosh can breathe fire thanks to the remnants of Qunari dragon blood. Some versions of Tosh. With Tosh, we tried to find a good balance between Qunari heritage, rope, dragon skin, and Lords of Fortune. Legions, coins, jewelry. Boy, I'm now in a very... Did you go Tosh? Hell yeah. Tosh's idle pose was drawn to give the impression of a fighter against after a match. Tosh understands dragons on an instinctual level and hunts and kills any that are a danger to people. Tosh is part of the Lords of Fortune faction, adventurers who see dragons worth slaying and treasure worth taking. A pair of axes and light armor allow for quick movement and even getting onto the backs of larger enemies. I like the dynamic poses here. With the X's. You have a big Muslim mummy who pushes you against the wall and just want to bang. How could I say no? Fair enough. Oh, here we go. You are now done? Congratulations. Are you home or are you just done? So here we have the artwork for the characters, the official artwork. So we have Lucanus. I love Bellaris. Tosh, Nev. Lucanus is another one. Not Lucanus. Emrix is another one that I really love. Ardings. Davrin. I do like, I like this artwork, but on my way to occupy your... Oh boy. Good luck. I wish there was, I wish it was a little bit more similar to the tarot card, artwork for Inquisition. I might be alone in that sentiment. I wonder if we will get some of the other companions they thought about if we get... so they've confirmed no DLC for this game. But maybe in another game, we might get these other companions. Yeah, I was gonna say, he's at work, so, I mean, you could occupy him if you want. Here we see getting the gang together. The characters were largely approved, and this was the first time we saw them all assembled. Here's our rook. Very similar to what we see in one of the first trailers we got for Origins in terms of our warden. I don't even want to look at his page. I don't even want to look at his page. I'm fine. Everything's fine, guys. Don't worry. Shut up, Jem. Varric spends a majority of the game bedridden, so he wanted to make the severity of his injuries visible. So we see that he's got the leg brace. Emmerich I thought I would dislike, but honestly became... I love Emmerich. I like all of the companions. I don't think there's a companion that I'm like, oh, fuck you. You know? Not just Varric that's been on a journey. We wanted to show that Bianca had been well loved over the past decade. It's a joy to revisit characters. It's a great opportunity to visually tell the story of all the years we've missed. Varric is older, a little scruffier, much preferring comfort to style as his adventuring days near their end. He also let go of some of his old priorities, not needing to be flashy, not as concerned about keeping his beard short. He also decided to go with darker and more washed out color palette for the reasons that people who have played through the game will understand. So we see a little bit of the design aspects of Bianca here too. Custom engraved metal plates, swappable lens, gem effects abilities, Bianca's scarf, retractable sea rail on original, stock made from ancient myrtle tree, finish in black with hints of blonde pattern. Here's the rear engraved. Edges lined in ivory, while ornate designs are metal. I'm gonna cry just looking at the fucking design for Bianca. I get full Vincent. Yeah, I was saying that when like he kind of first popped up. I was like, this is like very Vincent Price-esque. I'm right there with you. I cried too. I also may have not turned off my camera when it happened, so there's no proof. Coward! Cry on stream like the rest of us, Gem! Soulless. I have an apple pie roll from Panda. I haven't eaten. But that's probably to the surprise of no one. While known as Solus in present-day Thetis, he was also known as Fen-Harel the Dreadwolf, the elven god of betrayal. In ancient times, he rebelled against the other elven gods, the Evanurs, and sealed them away from the living world behind the veil. Solus' true identity remained hidden from the world through the events of Dragon Age Inquisition was revealed in the Trespasser DLC. During that time, he was an Inquisition follower masquerading as a simple hedge mage. One of the palettes Solus used while painting one of his many historical and confessional murals. Most of the elven gods had dragons. Ever the outsider, Solus embraced the Dreadwolf nickname on a grand scale. This creature was based on one of Solus's cards for Inquisition. The central MacGuffin to the games is Solus's Lyrium dagger. Originally, it was hidden away in the idol from Dragon Age 2. Fuck you, Solus. Enemies. Qunari Special Forces gone rogue, the Antom are experienced and professional warriors who've broken away from the discipline of the Qun. The most zealous Antom have drunk blood from Gillinane, which mutated them into powerful but horrifying forms. And we see the Reavers in particular. Reaver, the Antom, consume the dragon blood to enhance their abilities. Gillinane gives them a special recipe, which, when consumed, turns them into hulking monstrosities. And it's interesting that these they're called Reavers because I believe Reaver is a specialty in for a warrior in Inquisition. That bull in particular, I believe, takes. We wanted everything the Antom used, from weapons to armor to props, to look brutally heavy, made from thick oxidized metal. This way, they live in the gym. To support the military theme, the drum unit would have helped to buff other units. So I think instead of doing like the drum unit, they ended up using just like the banner. We see a little bit of sort of what Qunari Antom compounds might look like. Here, I believe, is what Treviso. Antom occupying Antiva, yeah. On the deck went Antom Dreadnought. Here we have the Darkspawn. Darkspawn do nothing but kill and destroy, made up of corrupted versions of people and creatures. These Ravagers have animal cunning but are not sentient or intelligent. They work on instinct instead. Gillinane has improved the Darkspawn, so they now include monsters never seen before. We created a range of Hurlock enemies that grew into different combat roles. Goodness. The arrival of the last evil gods and their enhancements of the Blight gave us a great opportunity to visually unify this enemy faction by making the substance of Blight visible. Origins, the creatures of the Blight had armor that was more sophisticated than that of most land dwellers. For Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition, we made it look more primitive. This time around, we wanted to finally make it look grown on in the way that their story suggests. So instead of them having like actual armor, like make it look like the Blight was like the armor essentially. This version of the ogre is even more athletic and formidable. For the final design, we had to flip the horns backwards to make it for its swinging club. Did we almost get, remember in Origins we faced, tree creatures? What were they called? One element that came out in the design, oh, Sylvan. Sylvan sending a swarm to bother you. We tried murder of crows and even integrated beehives. We experimented with ways the tree position hidden through supernatural creatures twisted by magic or springing older unknown sources lost to time. They are physical beings, unlike spirits, with unnatural powers and grotesque forms. Many of them look corrupted versions of natural things, animals. We developed a series of Fey-touch creatures that reflected the magical corruption of the forest. Plants that have been influenced and animated by the magical radiation that had been increasing since Pulse's ritual. Creatures, duh. F. Silly me. Stupid. Creating tree creatures presents a huge challenge. You have to set aside the existing images in your head and try to design something that solves the issues in front of you. How do they support the setting and story? What does combat need from this creature? I think essentially they just ended up cutting that. We imagine the magic of Arlothan reawakening old technology, in this case, magical security guards. Are the Arlothan guards magically animated, or is there something else behind them? This is kind of what we see as the archive. Some creatures were built off of the idea of fallen explorers, veil jumpers that ran afoul in Arlothan's unpredictable dangers. I like this one in particular. This was an enemy we found a bit in the Arlothan forest. The demons. At one point, we explored more spider-like shape for Despair demons. Envy is made of grasping hands. Despair droops under the weight of the despair it feeds on. In previous Dragon Age games, the demons were among the least visually consistent factions. We wanted to make the visual reflect this story. Starting with spirits, we went from nervous system themed, they are creatures that feed on humans after all, while the early elves were carefully formed, crafted Form carefully crafted bodies from the dust demons come to our world in a hurry. Their shabby forms are barely held together. So that's interesting. They went back to see, like we saw in previous pages, the spirits look like nervous systems. So I like that they took the form of a spirit and made that a central point in the design for the other demons. A demon of lies has many mouths and an endless supply of sharp barbs to throw around. In Thedas, demons represent dangers of unchecked magic and the Fade. While they are monstrous, some are also cunning, manipulating people for their own agendas and amusement. Rage has been around since Origins, but with Elgrenon's presence in the world, it is now more fully formed. It gets legs! Hate that. Hate the Rage demons. We tried some versions of the Rage demon that looked like a tense, screaming ball of teeth. Demon agreed, pulling more and more bodies into itself. Pride is also around from the beginning. We kept some design features while blending it into the new palette. So again, here is, like, I know a lot of people were saying that they didn't really like the designs for a lot of the creatures that are even established, but obviously here is, like, the actual logistical and actual, like, design concept of why those designs changed, because they wanted them to look more like, they wanted to show the similarities between spirits and demons by incorporating that nervous system motif into the designs for everything across the boards to make it more unified, which I get. I understand that. Dragons. In Dragon Age Inquisition, we finally built the dragons of our dreams. For Veilguard, we wanted to build on that foundation. There were some improvements we wanted to make. One example is lengthening the forearms, not just to make it look more believable, but also to make animation easier. We experimented with dragon builds on different rigs. For example, this forged dragon is based on a bear. Bear. Here we see a high dragon, a Kel'Thuzon ice dragon, and then a Vinsimer lightning dragon. One kind of gripe I have with Veilguard is when facing the dragons, they all have kind of the same strategy. I wish that they mixed it up, like in Inquisition. Each of the dragons, like when you went to face a dragon, you had to kind of employ a different strategy against each of them. With most of the dragons you face in Veilguard, they have a lot of the same strategy. So it made it a little easy to kind of figure out how to approach each of the dragons. I wish they made them act a little bit different. A griffin skull, oh no. The Hellhound was designed to be completely unsympathetic. The undead can range from classic living skeletons to formidable monsters. One day we'll actually build the giant scorpion. That's something to look forward to in a new game. The mercenary set was designed to be a common, affordable armor set like the work clothes of a hired killer. They would be easy designed for Rook to use to blend in when traveling in northern Thedas. The Venatori are a cult of mages that strive to gain power of Tevinter and spread the Empire's influence. They are currently following Elgrenon, but the Venatori will fall in with any leader who can grant them power. I like this design for, like, the Venatori Magister. Magisters have two separate appearances. Their day clothes are based on old academic robes. For the night versions, there is lost, a veil is pulled over the face, and the teeth become far more dramatic. Most units were designed to look like darker versions of Tevinter civilian clothing with a few additions, like they kept their Venatori insignia close by, but otherwise go about their business as usual. Antivan Crow costumes. The Antivan Crows are murderers, yes, but they are wealthy, flashy, stylish, sophisticated murderers. They are not goon squad killing innocent, helpless people. They are what Antiva has instead of an army, for a price to protect the nation from threats both foreign and domestic. While outsiders may see them as swords for hire with delusions of grandeur, the Crows are a celebrated and integral part of Antivan culture. This is you working alongside Antonio Banderas in Desperado, not Steve Buscemi in Fargo. They may not be nice, but it is totally reasonable for a player to be opposed to working with assassins, but this specific group is not intended to be uniformly grim. Crows aren't shy about displaying their wealth. Originally designed as a seasonal Halloween costume, this crow was too good not to build. God, I just fucking love all of the crow designs. Particularly this one. Costume design for the faction that's all about I can't pronounce that word. Why can't I pronounce that word? It's in my head. It's in my head. I can pronounce it in my head. It gave us a big chance to go big. Welcome home, ad. I'm just gonna snooze an ad really quick. Oh wait, we're kind of almost towards the end. We've gone through like half the book already. Over half. There are still a lot of different archetypes within each faction. For the crows, they can range from ominous to bombastic. It was fun to explore the range of crows, from elegant to the scoundrels. We briefly explored giving crows functional grappling hooks. While the crows were mostly about leather and silver, we still wanted to have some heavy armor in their lineup. A more down-to-business outfit for an assassin, focusing on silence and speed with only a dash of the attack. Fucking say that word. Holy shit. This is like anonymity all over again. Even when the dressed-down backstage crows still enjoy luxurious materials and an air of danger and mystery. A range of Antivan civilians going about their daily business below, cheering on the crows as they leap up. We see more of the Antivan. Theatricality. Like, theatricality. 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 There we go. I got it. Don't worry. I'm good. What's up, Steve? How are you? I love prop design, like weapons and stuff. My secret passion. As with all things crows, their weapons are designed to look elegant and dramatic. Using crow motifs from wings and feathers to claws and beaks is a lot of fun. An assortment of daggers collected as trophies from many factions. Theatricality. I got it now. Don't worry. I sound forged in fire. And Diva. We wanted the City of Assassins to be opulent, seductive, and theatrical. The tongue-in-cheek design concept was 24/7 Batman opera, dark roofs to perch on, rich interiors with daggers behind every curtain. Onision all over. Shut up. Crows operate above it all. The rooftops offer a refuge, a means of unhindered travel and spectacular views. So here we see a little bit more of the buildings designs. Well, you can definitely see like how the architecture varies in this game from location to location. And it's like, it all looks different, but it all looks like it is in the same world. Which I think is like kind of hard to do sometimes. There's no flared base. Don't put that up your butthole. An Antivan casino, a mostly legitimate front for the Antivan Crow's secret base of operations. Oh, who is she? An early illustration that helped us establish the tone of Crows. Assassination is part killing, part theater. This is a scene from the end of one of the comics that deals with Taya and Yago, I'm pretty sure. Dwarves! While not home to a playable faction this time around, the Deep Roads are still a place where we spend a great deal of time. The Northern Dwarves are a little sharper, with a more urban influence because of their close trading relationship with Deventer. Make a great anime, right? The Antivan Crows. Dwarves created golems by encasing a living volunteer in stone armor and pouring molten lyrium into them. Often we design in layers. For the costume set, we started with the clothing and ended with the armor based on the golem. So here's we see that the armor that particularly Stalgard and his sister were wearing, that seemed very much like it was almost molded to them. The Kalsharok dwarves have been separated from the rest of the dwarf civilization for a long time. They were cut off by the Blight and forced to take extreme measures to survive. We wanted to differentiate between the Kalsharok and their culture from the rest of the Thedosian dwarves we've previously met. Instead of sharp angles and flat lines, we went for a more naturalistic sculpting approach. They carve armor for themselves that reflects the anatomy beneath. The Deep Roads have been a recurring location since Dragon Age Origins. In many ways, we simply want to do them justice, creating something familiar to players while also adding drama and surprise. Miriam is the crystallized blood of the Titans we try to subtly arrange in blood vessels or organs. We definitely saw that in Harding's companion quest. Here we see a lot of statues for the dwarves. Other design elements. Paragon sculptures celebrate prominent figures in every profession. Furniture tells you a lot about a region. In the case of the Deep Roads, we went for as many single cut stones as possible. Bas reliefs, sculptures, and signs all speak about what life was like in the Deep Roads before they were abandoned. And here we have a lot of like the necessary equipment for mining, since obviously a lot of the dwarven culture is centered around mining. Deep roads have been abandoned for a long time. A few attempts have been made to restore them, but then they're abandoned all over again. And I wonder, like, now that there's sort of... God, I just want to, like, know a little bit more about the end of, like, what happens after with the Blight gone. Are the Darkspawn weaker? Do the Darkspawn just sort of fade away? Do they die instantaneously? Are the dwarves able to go and reclaim all of the taigs that have been lost? Will they be able to reclaim the Deep Roads, or are there still hordes of Darkspawn that they need to fight against? When imagining the Deep Roads, we wanted to show huge intersections, places where vast networks connect, implying how far-reaching it would have been in its prime. Lords of Fortune. The Lords of Fortune is a guild of Ravani treasure hunters. They're driven to the first, the best, the legends. For preservation, pride, or profit, they plumb the depths of the greatest prizes. It seems impossible, all the better, because they can charge more next time. They can stand between giants because no one cuts through the crap like they do, and nations know it. No one cracks an ancient tooth to pry the gem from the eye of a giant snake like the Lords of Fortune. While some of their costumes are unique to Ravane, many elements have been acquired from all around Thedas. So we definitely see like a mishmash of cultures with the Lords of Fortune. Here we see another Isabella design. Every member of the Lords of Fortune is a mixed treasure seeker, explorer, and fighter. They're part pirate, part barbarian, part gladiator. As often as possible, we tried to make lords look eclectic. They collect and then mix and match pieces from all across Thedas. Lords of Fortune are interested in subtlety. They're about treasure, fighting, and exploring, and they dress to be seen. This means they wear lots of jewelry, and what clothes they do often cuts to show off their physiques rather than cover them. We see more of Ravane. Twist the book so I can actually read. Castaways making new lives. The majority are human, descended from Devinters and their long-standing trading partners. There are ethnicities here who don't seem to match the currently documented list of nations, hinting at shores not visited in living memory, and there are also Qunari, some fleeing the Qun, some not fleeing, but reinterpreting. There is a sizable Qunari community, and it is finding converts and alarming both Tevinter and the Qunari triumvirate. Ravane is a mix of outcast people making something new. Life beneath Ravane is just as varied. Banners of conquerors over buildings touched by many cultures, smuggler tunnels, Tevinter public works, the bones of conquered cities for infrastructure, elven ruins, deep roads, and deeper roads. Ravane was a great palate cleanser between dense urban regions, night swamps, and vast caverns. I wish we got to see a bit more of like the cities of Ravane. It may be beautiful, but it is no less dangerous to navigate. Or like towns. I'm not sure if there is like a cities in Ravane. For the earliest sketches, we wanted a land of tropical colors infested with dragons. Oh, what's this? The deadly sea life of Ravane was designed to be beautiful or intriguing, but also to get up and close to you, try land. Lobsters with its offspring. Enjoy creating different takes on classical creatures, in this case, the Ravani mermaid. Shrimp. Can shrimp fry this rice? Crazy. Originally designed as a Halloween costume, this became a fantastic creature on its own. The Lords of Fortune use circles for their shape language. Here we explore their potential architectural design. We see a lot of like the circles and how a lot of the Ravani architecture is circular and not at all angular. Shark puppy? A simple land shark, this version is based on a goblin shark for a more unsettling appearance. Figure out the anatomical details of bizarre creatures. Beat boards like these help us explore the look and feel of a group in their context. How do they act? What kind of settings do we find them in? How do they problem solve? Exploring how our Ravani landscape might change with the tides. Lords of Fortune have their priorities. In this case, during a perilous escape, this treasure seeker can't help but stop to investigate a curious glint. Mournwatch. Mournwatch are masters of undeath, necromancy, curses, and other dark magic. They probe at the borders of known magic, where laws fall away and vaster forces creep through. The Watchers know there's more than just spirits in the Fade. If you work with them, prepare for the boundaries between life, death, and reality to get thin. Man, I love the Mournwatch aesthetic. Like this, like the integration of like mortician outfits, like especially like older mortician outfits. Thanks for the lurk, Insomnia. God, this one too. That's so sick. I am just kind of flipping through a little bit quicker now, guys. Necropolis. The Watchers live and work in the upper levels of the Grand Necropolis, a massive ornate dungeon complex of catacombs, secret passages, and traps located right outside and below Navarra City. It is constantly expanding as upper-class Navarrans begin planning their elaborate crypts, while young modest tombs sit next to life-size mansions and sealed-off royal sepulchres. Some undead are lovingly placed in elaborate tableaux where they can reenact scenes from their real life. Others rest in coffins. The more robust corpses are armed and trained by the Watchers to patrol thieves. I think out of all of the locations, not that it feels out of place, but the Necropolis in particular feels the most different. We see that big skeletal construction that we face during Emmerich's mission. The Tevinter Imperium is Thetis' evil magic empire. Magic holds the Imperium together and is used by both the good guys and the bad guys. The Shadow Dragons are the good Tevinters, taking on corrupt ruling class that have power beyond imagining. They are the underdog resistance with big dreams but few resources. To redeem the Tevinter they love, they might have to make deals with demons, both literal and metaphorical. I would say the Shadow Dragon design is probably the least impactful for me. A bit more of Minrathous and Docktown. Town, home to the elite of Minrathous. Here is the magic on full display. So here we see that obviously the upper echelons of Minrathous definitely have a whole lot more going on. I am a little upset we didn't get to see a whole lot of that in the game. Ooh, all of this, all of the props. I love all of the props. Out of all the maps, I think I agree with you on the Necropolis, though. Not gonna. Yeah, I don't dislike the Shadow Dragons. It's just their design, for the most part, to me, doesn't super stand out compared to a lot of the other designs. The Fade. The Fade is a scrap heap Solus created when he made the wall of the Veil and threw all the magic and Thedas over it. It is inhabited by magical creatures, spirits, and demons. It is shaped by the dreams of people in Thedas. Some locations in the Fade seem coherent, resembling places from other side of the Veil. Others are a chaotic abstraction. Veil Jumpers. Ancient magic awakens. Arcane powers are spinning out of control. Mysteries abound. A fabled lost kingdom now stirs with dreadful monsters and strange conjurations spawned by the dreams of mad elven gods. Who dares brave the uncharted depths of Arlothan Forest to confront the dangers that lie within? I do like the Veil Jumpers designs as well. This is good. Arlothan Forest, once was a seat of power for the ancient elves and Elven Empire, is now a realm where magic runs wild and twists reality itself into new and terrifying shapes. I think Arlothan Forest was probably one of the more aesthetically pleasing maps for me to explore, at least for me personally. It definitely reminded me of like the Emerald Graves and Inquisition, like that sort of like I was just in awe of the environment. To differentiate between previous forest and jungle locations in Dragon Age, we went with an autumnal color palette. It has the benefit of feeling ominously like the end. Again, you definitely see the between Minrathous and Arlothan, you definitely see like the resemblance, but Minrathous definitely does feel even with Arlothan and Ruin, Minrathous definitely feels almost like a hodgepodge copy. Ooh, this illustration. Fair. In the early stages, this faction was more archetypal elven faction with some shapeshifting thrown in for good measure. So they were originally thinking about bringing back shapeshifters as a specialization. It killed my frames, but I did love it. Lords of Fortune map I liked a lot too. I love coasts. Yeah, I like the Ravani coast. Ow. But it stuck. I like the Ravani coast. I think that the Arlothan Forest and probably Treviso were like my favorite areas to explore. Just in terms of like the actual environments and like liking the actual environments. Here we see a bit more of props for the Veil Jumpers. Even more. Wardens. The Grey Wardens defend civilization from what goes bump in the night. Heads high, eyes open, and swords drawn, they walk towards what most people would flee. From darkspawn lurking in the shadows to monstrosities beyond imagination, the Wardens vanquish our greatest nightmares, until the calling pulls them into the very darkness they fight. Working with the Wardens means standing side by side in the face of overwhelming odds. They have a grim sense of duty, but one that's balanced by an exhilarating sense of adventure, unwavering determination, and a little gallows humor. Just saying, in previous games we saw Southern Wardens we thought would be interesting. The Northern Wardens, interesting. Many people can become Wardens and they can be their own flashy or legion, gladiator, dragon hunter. This seems impractical. Seems highly impractical. The Anderfels is a vast red desert that is often quite cold. It is also regularly attacked by roving hordes of darkspawn. Everything is built to withstand this harsh environment. Again, I wish we got to see a little bit more of the Anderfels. Give me the urban city vibe, unlike most of the others, naturey and well, yeah. All of these. Grey Warden. The hub. The most important aspect of the player base is that it should be easy for the players to use. We wanted to create a very practical space and then wrap a fun narrative metaphor around it. We wanted it to feel smaller than Skyhold so the players spent less time running around to visit followers. The house idea survived through multiple iterations because it solved this problem. As the story develops, ideas solidified that Solus, now bound to the Fade, would give you access to a secret base of operations. This tied the base to a main character, giving us the chance to explore Solus as a character, like wandering around a friend's house for the first time. I am glad that they ended up going with that as well. I think that while the ship idea is very cool, I think that I don't think that it would have fit quite right for this particular game. Thank you. That's the end. Wow. I really enjoyed that. I need to go and like look a little bit deeper into it. Anyway, should we new game? Should we new game, guys? We're out of my way. Time to restart and cry more. Now that I know. Now that I know the dirty little secrets. Out of my... I don't want you in front of me. Book 1. Yeah, we know where the cries are going to be now. Obviously. Alright, guys. Oh, I didn't want to... Did I press continue? I don't want to continue. Where am I continuing from? You bitch. Get me out of here. I just wanted to click back in the game. Get out of here. Tutoring character. Shut the fuck up. We've also, we've lowered our stream settings. I'm hoping that that takes care of the problem. I'm able to play on high. Not well high, just on high.
I knew him as Solus. Smart, thoughtful, loved to hear himself talk.
Fine.
But long ago, he had a different name. The Dreadwolf. Ancient elven god of lies, or heroic rebel against tyranny, depending on which story you believe. In his desperate fight against the corrupt elven gods, Solus imprisoned them, creating a veil that split our world from the raw magic of the Fade. He had won. But the veil cost the elves everything. Their magic, their freedom, even their immortality. Now, Solus wants to tear down that veil and undo the damage he caused, even if that means our world has to burn. Somebody's gotta stop him, and that's where you come in.
You ever just cry? I think we're gonna do human? Should we do human? Dwarf time over my dead fucking body. Oh, you can import characters, so like you can import your previous rook, I believe. What? I'm a girl? 12. 12. Oh, there's a couple like presets. Section. Skin tone. Warm. Effect. Oh, okay. I feel like my last rook was pretty, like, youthful and, like, spunky. I think I want this rook to be a little more, like, mature. You can't go freckled, even though I desperately love a freckled lady. Am I flatting? Vault speedrun. Is this a dwarf? No. I would never, Sophie. Unfortunately for you guys, I have veto power, so... C'est la vie, you know? I'm sorry, Sify, coward. I think I made... I'm pretty sure that I said the, what it would take for me to play a dwarf. You remember what it was? I'm pretty sure it was like... I feel like it was 50,000 something. Not sure what, though. $200? Ah. So. $200. Not communal. I get that little bump to go away. A little. Just gotta need to stop buying minis and save up my monies. I think that's, yeah, I think that's a fair amount for a dwarf. What's up, Skywise? How you doing? Pretty good. We just done flipping through the art book. Now we're just making our second character. Yeah, we're starting our second playthrough. We finished the game last night. I am in despair. Rook 2 Electric Boogaloo. Still at the beginning of the game, but I like it so far. Good. It gets as you kind of, I would say once you get in, like once you, I wouldn't even say once you acquire like all your companions, because it definitely picks up after that. But like once you get all of your companions, you really get into the meat of the story. Like it just like takes off from there. Oh no, I love the ending. I also like, I'm a masochist and I like just angst and being hurt, so the despair is a good thing. I don't super care about her larynx, to be honest with you. Damn, you work for, oh no. I know, I was like frantic to finish this game because I kept like having to dodge spoilers online. So I was, I just needed to finish the game so I could not live my life in fear. No, Joel hasn't finished the game yet, I don't think. The despair means it was worthwhile. Exactly. Despair means it was a worthwhile experience. We're doing Grey Warden. Right there is good. I'm still so sad we don't get to have fucking big old biddies. He's tall. I made my other rook really short, so max booby size. Max booty. This is the way. Yeah, the booty's at least a dumpy, even if I don't get them tickle bitties. You gotta take a win where you can, you know? Max Boopy is false advertising. And I know why they did it, because obviously, like, if you gotta, like, think about how armor and stuff would look. It likely would be a little hard for armor to look, like, decent if you had to deal with some big old bazongas, and I should know. Doesn't mean I don't get to be mad about it. War crime, stolen valor. Bazongas. Bye, Creature! Oh, thank you, Creature. Have a good rest of your day. On Hanaga Hoons. Ink. What eyes should we do? I had tab out because I didn't want spoilers, so I get why you had to get to the ending. I want to hang out and enjoy the game on stream, but not— Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I totally get that. I appreciate the lurks, though. Like, anyone who was, like, adamantly avoiding spoilers but still was lurking, big preach to all of you. Check it, like—
I'm an entrepreneur.
Oh, thank you! Thanks, Alec. I don't know what that alert was. You ever like you ever like make alerts and you just forget about them? I do lurk with the tab up and not visible smite. I would not have watched if I did not watch spoilers unless you were mincing no. Then I gotta push through and finish game. I'm so surprised we all survived jetpack last. You're smooth braining it parts. Smooth brain. What eyes should we do? Just my color eyes. Baldur's Gate 3 all over again. The light bluish color? I like that you can make black scleras. I think that when we do our Mornwatch character, we're gonna do like a black sclera. Since we're doing our Grey Warden, I kind of want like almost like the effects of the blight to like show through like her eyes almost and like have them a little like miscolored. Surprisingly, this is only my second time. This is my second time doing the character creator. I did the character creator the first time. I was very good about not going in and trying to make a second character. Kind of like 6. Oh, well, yeah, technically I made my husband's characters. But it wasn't for me. Although, listen, I cooked with Joel's character, okay? I cooked. And I made a dwarf, so technically I did make a dwarf. Escamazi do all. Hold on, let me see where... Let me see if I have them. Here, I'll post the dwarf and the Inquisitor that I did. The Rook and the Inquisitor. It's in the Gamer Gang in the Discord. Still short $200. Yeah, but now I don't have people hounding me. To play a dwarf, though, is to experience the short side of life. She looks sad. Yeah, so we're doing, I could run the poll again if you guys want. We were doing Grey Warden. Does anyone have objections to Grey Warden? I know Joel does. Joel wants me to play Mornwatch. We did Antivan Crow last time. No, Grey Warden is what I would have voted for. I represent your husband. in this endeavor. Well, Joel's voting on YouTube. I think Twitch is probably being a bitch for him right now, so he's voting on YouTube. I think Grey Warden is gonna win no matter what. So we're gonna stick with Grey Warden. Our third, we'll do Mornwatch next playthrough. I don't like this. She looks kind. Yeah, I'm interested to see what the interaction is with the first commander as a Grey Warden. I feel like between the Antivan Crows and the Grey Wardens, we I feel like those two factions have a lot of grip within the actual plot line of the game. So that's kind of why I did want to play Grey Warden. Mornwatch I wanted to play because I really like the aesthetics of the Mornwatch. We're gonna do Rogue. We're going for Rogue. I'm unsure of if we're gonna play Warrior. At least not like right out of the bat, I don't think. I don't really have an interest in playing Warrior. Maybe he'll be like, what the fuck are you doing? Are you liking the Rogue gameplay? I did Mage first go around, so... I kind of like these brows. And between these ones, and there's... Oh. These ones. And these ones. She looks sad here. Do we want sad Rook? I do. Oh, good. I'm excited. I've heard Rogue is fun to play. Blonde. We're not playing dwarf. We are not playing dwarf. I made a dwarf for my husband when he started to play. We're doing human right now. Also because you can select to be part of the guild that seeks treasure. Felt very Indiana Jones. Ooh, yeah. Through for a loop is that the keybinds very... I hate playing dwarves. In any game. In any TTRPG, I hate playing a dwarf. I don't hate dwarves. Like I love dwarven characters. I love Varric. I love Harding. I just don't like playing dwarves. I love dwarven lore too. I love dwarven, like, that's so cool. I just don't want to play a dwarf. I just don't want to be a little guy. Let's hear it for the dwarf in Veilguard who steal boots head to toes. Especially if you're a dwarf. I think we're gonna do blonde. Alright. Like, I don't mind other people playing dwarves. Play dwarves to your little heart's content. But for the most part, I like playing, at least in Dragon Age, I like playing elves. Like, I mainly would play an elf. But I don't mind playing human. Don't really care for Canary all that much either, which is funny because in, like, D&D, my favorite race to play is Tiefling. 'Cause I don't know. I don't know really why I don't like playing Canary. Maybe I've got like a complex where I don't want to play a big creature and I also don't want to play a small creature. I want to play a average size creature. I feel it though. They still look awesome and yet I still pick elf. Yeah. I love playing an elf. I like that. Yeah, I feel like if I was a fantasy race, I'd be an elf. I'd hope so. Shit. Chance. That went. I'd be a gnome. I love that for you, Sithy. I don't want her to have a little bit of a crooked nose. Joel's trying to say that I'm short. However, I did go to the doctor on Friday and I got my height measured without shoes on. And I am 5'9.24 inches. So suck it. They'd call me the traveling gnome. My first D&D character I ever played was the dwarf and has been my go-to ever since. See, my first D&D character was a tiefling. So maybe I'm just like predisposed to tieflings because it was my first character. I'm pretty tall. I'm a pretty tall lady. I always grapple with their long lifespan though. Like, how the fuck do you stay interested and focused on living that long? How does society operate with mortals who live so long? My D&D game world elves hibernate in the dream realm and can decide if they want to wipe parts of their memory. Then they rejuvenate and return. Jesus. That's crazy. Yeah, I think like that's like a really interesting thing that like I like to think about is like mortality in like fantasy settings and what does it mean to be immortal and what sort of like for people with longer lifespans, how do you come to terms with the fact that people you know and love die and there's nothing you can do about it? I just think that's like a really interesting thing to explore, like regardless, like in like any kind of story, really. Yeah, you do have Firbolg energy. Add. Tieflings did not. When did tieflings come into like D&D? Early 90s. Ah. An alpha human has to live. But yeah, like they're like there's what do you like? Ooh, for goodness. Like how do you cope with that? Big happy guy. Players in 3E. Is that when it, 3rd edition? Is that when that came in? Down a little bit. As a prominent race 4E. Oh. Yeah, I started, I first played, I mean, I only got into like TTRPGs back in 2020, so I first played D&D 5e. I want her head to be like a little different. I think my husband really likes 4e because of like the 12 pages on grappling rules. If I'm not mistaken. Had to grapple my players into playing 4e. Adjust the neck size? Her neck is thick. What's her neck so thick? Had some really good stuff in it. I would play it again. Before you introduce cantrips, you could cast every round, making the wizard more useful, and like how they use pulls, push, slide. Movement on the grid was fun. Cool. Yeah, I've only played, I've played, 1E, 1E, 2E homebrew. I've played 2E, and then I've played 5E. I don't think that I'll play the new version, to be honest, at least not of my own volition. I'm kind of stepping away from D&D, to be honest. I don't really want to support wizards. Plus, I'm kind of more interested in like horror TTRPGs at this point. Yeah, they made a lot of shit decisions. I think, and I also think for the type of games that I like to run personally, like I wouldn't mind, like I play in a 5e game right now, but the type of games that I like to run personally, like I don't find the D&D system really conducive to the type of stories I want to tell anymore. 3.5 min-max players really tanked 4A. Ugh. They also messed up the pre-order, emailed a bunch of us saying it was canceled, then I got double charged for a book. Jesus fucking Christ. A company that big should not be making, like, those types of mistakes. You finished tutorial? Welcome! Welcome back, Weasel. How are you liking it? Did you love it? What are you playing? Are you playing a mage? Were you in the Fade? Ooh, an elf fighty. Nice. Bald. Yeah, that's fair. Figures. I think that I am not fussy about how my ears look. However, ears are too low. Don't mind me. I don't need another. Yeah, that's how I feel. I don't need another version. If I want to play D&D, I'll play like 5e. But for the most part, I've been really loving like the Alien RPG. I don't really want to play fantasy. And if I am gonna play fantasy, I'm probably gonna play the Dragon Age TTRPG with a little bit of homebrew into it. Might want to change her eyebrows. New Alien RPG Kickstarter soon. Ooh. Hell yeah. I'll probably back that. I have like all of the books and stuff. We ran the first cinematic Chariot of the Gods on this channel back in February? Yeah, I think I played in when I first started playing TTRPGs back in 2020, I really like dove headfirst into them, and I was in a number of long-term campaigns. I was playing like almost like basically like 6 days a week, and I just got burnt out really quickly on fantasy in general. I'm not opposed to playing in a fantasy game. It's just that can't be all I'm doing. And right now, I don't want to run a fantasy game unless it is Dragon Age. And after running, we just completed our long-term campaign, our year-long campaign, All We've Lost, back in October. And that was like a completely homebrew world, homebrew campaign. And that just took a lot out of me. So I'm definitely a little burnt out on fantasy. The new version of Polymorph doesn't take away the temp HP if you drop the spell, so at level 7 you can polymorph an ally into a beast with 150 plus HP, giving them 100. Then you drop the spell, they turn back and keep the temp HP. That seems broken as fuck. That seems hella broken. It's definitely, yeah, I can't imagine any GMs being like, yeah, that's fine. I'd be like, no. Absolutely not. I wonder if there are different hairstyles. This is the one that we use for my other... I wonder if there are different hairstyles. I know there's like different hairstyles for Kunari. I wonder if there's like different ones for between human elves and dwarves. See how we feel when the new monster manual comes out. Seriously. I know we have an ad coming up too. I'm sorry if anyone gets stuck in ad hell. I apologize for that. No, we're gonna do rogue for this playthrough. I kind of like the little short little derpy ponytail. No, not blonde poodle. I wish the hairline was different on this, because that'd be really cute. So my problem is I've seen a lot of rooks with this, a lot of people posting their rooks with this hairstyle, and now I'm like, I don't like this hairstyle because I see everyone else wearing it. Where was it? This one, right? Yeah, this one does look good. This is a contender for sure. I don't want I want her to have a short haircut. 60? A cute little braid. Swoopy and long. A little shorter. Why does the hairline look so severe on this one? This is another hairstyle I've seen a lot of people choose for their warden, their rooks. Honestly, I kind of really just love this one. The one I don't like about this is that the hair doesn't seem to go, like, the hairline seems fucked in the back. do like this one too. But as a warden, I think I like this one. It's simple. The really long curly hair is this one. So I like this one, but I don't like it in blonde. I think if I were to make a rook with this one, I think I would probably do like a dark hair color for this one. I don't really like the blonde too much. And we can always change the hair later too. I think for now we're gonna go with this one. I really like it. It's cute. I think it's also because I built her face around this hairstyle as well. For me, after looking at the new version of the spell Polymorph, it looks like the temp hit points are supposed to be gone when the spell ends, but yeah, it doesn't specify that, which is lame. Yeah, and you know there's gonna be people who are like gonna be like, actually, according to the rules, it doesn't actually specify that my temp hit points go away. That was my, save the long curly for the dwarf playthrough. That was my version of a, rules lawyer. I think she looks cute, and she looks sad. Also, according to the rules, the DM is the arbiter. Man. I wish more people understood that. I've been in games with people who streamed games where people argue the rules with the GM, and it's awkward as fuck. 0 out of 10. Do not recommend. This is how we go back to mages with 4 HP polymorph to direwolves that still only have 4 HP. She looks like she just finished watching the end of Veilguard. She's just like me for real. Me and one of my old friends got into an argument about hiding in combat, and I was DMing. I told him it wasn't possible, and he got really mad at me. It wasn't possible in that comment. It's like, I've always had the, especially because I do, all of my games are pretty much all streamed. So I've always had the rule, if I make a ruling, that is what we're going with at the time. We're not arguing about it. I'm making the ruling. We're moving on. If you want to come to me and argue with me after the fact, after stream, that's fine. If you want to make an argument, that's fine. But I'm going to make the ruling in the moment. We're not going to argue about it any further. And if you argue with me about it, we're going to have a problem. She is Russian. She does not. She's Russian. Soviet Russia. I'm gonna argue with you about the stupidest shit just to piss you off. Luckily for me, I can just mute you. You're gonna be arguing with yourself. Like making a shirt sure. The compartment to the story. Is it just like standard for Rook to have like circles under her eyes? I was like, when I was like looking at my like watching back some of my footage and stuff from my first playthrough, I'm like, why has she got bags under her eyes? You like rules? Let's add up encumbrance. You want to factor in coin weight? You want to talk about coin weight? You got a lot of coin on you. I don't know that you can carry all that. Do we want to go trade? We have to find a bank. We have to trade out all of your silver for gold and your gold for platinum. How long has your torch been active? I'm hungry. I might order Domino's. Who are you gonna get me for dinner then? Peach. I have a Gaba Wizard that I'm interested in Thursday. It has a 3 strength. Oof. What about plate armor? Plate armor in water. You can swim? Really? Are you sure about that? Goes both ways. If you want to be annoying, I can also be annoying about it. Like, I imagine... Also, a backpack can carry 30 pounds, and most starting packs have more than that much to begin with. Where are you putting your extra stuff? You need more than one backpack. Where's all your stuff going? Don't tempt me. Joel says, don't tempt me. I love encumbrance and rules and would track it. I know you would, you freak. Urged to play in a myriad game rising. I'm actually like a really chill GM. Like, I'm super chill. I'm very rule of cool. But if you want to be an asshole, I can also be an asshole, you know? Do you have feed for your animals? What about bathroom breaks in D&D? You gotta dig a latrine. Dig that hole, baby. Yeah, I tend to... So for the most part, I've given, like, in the past, I've given my players, like, you know, I like being pretty lenient, and my players thus far have not, like, abused it in any way. And sometimes they'll come to me with an idea and be like, hey, I want to do this. And I'm like, I don't know about that. And normally they're pretty good about being like, yeah, you're right. So I've not really had the issue of my players really abusing my kindness in that capacity. Give me a chunky system and let's get every rule. Joel loves rules. Joel loves the little, like, he likes chewing on numbers and everything. The more, what is it? The more numbers to a system, the better for him. How are you guys washing your hands after you go to the bathroom? Make a constitution check. You guys washing your hands? Are you boiling that water that you just got from the river of putting your water flask? Your water skin? Did you boil it? Constitution check. Let's see if you shit yourself. Oh yeah, he loves 3.5 and all of that. My last campaign, one of my players had an ability that he thought synergized with another for an insane damage. It wasn't supposed to be like that, but looking at him do all the calculations, get into it, I couldn't help but just let him go for it. Plus, they're max level anyway. Yeah, it's like at some point you just gotta be like, it's fine. If you're having fun, and it's not like game breaking, you know, like especially when they get up into the higher levels, it's like they're already demigods anyway, you know? Cumbered with a very low amount. I had to start with money instead of starting equipment to be able to walk. 3 strength is going to be fun. Adventurers must pack clothes like men going onto a vacation. 2 jeans, 3 shirts, and 8 pairs of underwear and socks for 3 days. Yeah, the only rule Joel fought with me on was because I disallowed Artificer in my campaign, but there is a reason for that. And also I fucking hate Artificer because it's so easy to break them. Yeah, you definitely want to make friends with a guy who knows prestidigitation. I don't think I want her to have any face tattoos. No FaceTime. Also, very simple systems have their place, like monster. Yeah, I love a simple system too. Like Kids on Bikes is super simple. I want to play an Alchemist Artificer. I have no interest in any other subclass. I don't actually like the Alchemist Artificer subclass. I think that it's far too limiting. I made my own Alchemist Artificer that gives a lot more it gives a lot more power to the player to be able to like craft be an actual alchemist and actually feel like they're being useful. I found that, like, I don't know, like sometimes I feel like the subclasses in D&D are just like a little too limiting for me. I do want to do like Grey Warden stuff, to be honest. Hold on, let me go back and... There we go. So you said you like horror RPGs. Any particular rules? I really love the Alien RPG rule set, which is, I think, Year Zero is the system that it runs on from Free League. I like VTM. I've played in a bunch of VTM games. Love VTM. Haven't had a chance to. It's good. I love Alien. Alien's so good. One of my favorite, and it's also one of my favorite like franchises as well. I love like the Alien movies and everything. Thanks, Lucy. Seems like there's 2 ways to play Aliens: one-shot or campaign. In terms of like in terms of they have a bunch of things that you can do for Alien. They have one shots available. They have Hope's Last Day, which actually directly ties in with the movie, is particularly the Aliens, the second movie. And then they have cinematics. So they have Chariot of the Gods, Destroyer of Worlds, and then Heart of Darkness, which each has their own, like they correlate with the first three movies in the Alien series. So the cinematics are usually between 4. If you want to play out the cinematics like fully, I would say you probably need between 6 to 12 sessions for the cinematics. Chariot of the Gods is definitely the shorter one. We got through it in, I believe, 3 sessions. And then they also came out with Building Better Worlds, I think is the book, which actually gives you a little bit more to build campaigns on, particularly if you want to build a campaign based in like a colony. So there are you can definitely run them in a campaign, but campaigns tend to be a little bit trickier because aliens are like the monsters are they're deadly. You can roll on the table for the aliens and the xenomorphs and like just insta kill a player. I kind of like this one. I kind of like the Grey Warden tattoos. Ah, no, I don't want that. Do we want to do like Grey Warden blue tattoos though? Are there no pink options? You could technically finagle pink and probably put down the saturation and up the brightness. You could finagle it to be pink. I kind of want to start thinking about putting together a Destroyer of Worlds game, but that requires me to read through the book right now. And we're too Dragon Age pilled right now. Yeah, I kind of like these. Stars. Reading is for suckers. Wait, you guys can read? What is this supposed to? Is it just... I don't know what that's supposed to be. Second playthrough? I don't think I've ever beaten a BioWare game in less than a month. Dennis. I put 70... I think it was 73 hours into that game. I put 73 hours into my playthrough in a little over a week and a half. In 10 parts, 70 hours. Thank you. Last night, so we finished it up last night. It was like, I think the stream was about 10 hours. I do like that you can add like body scars and tattoos and stuff. I think that's so fucking cool. Paint? I don't think we're gonna add paint. I think we already got a little too much going on. I don't think we're gonna add paint. Did anyone mark the time she started making the character? I've been yapping too, okay? What's this game? This is Dragon Age Veilguard. I think I love her. I think I'm into it. We are doing Rogue. A rogue's hallmarks are quick movement and reflexes. Whether wielding a bow or dual swords, they use powerful, precise strikes for lethal damage. What does this mean, explore? Ooh, I didn't realize you could do this. Saw your rook across the barn. Appreciate the vibe. Baldur's Gate 3, I like to take the face tat. It looks like runes, then I play with the colors, so it looks like scars. Oh, that's dope. Her ponytail wags like a happy pit bull. Yeah, you make the character and then you make another character. Because we're gonna make our Inquisitor now. Draw your steel parry. Yeah, I'm excited to play Duelist. Draw your steel parry and dodge past enemies to gain their strength with every strike. I think we might go Duelist. Saboteur, set the stage, deploy explosives and turrets, then devastate, then pick up. No, yeah, I think we're gonna go Duelist. We're doing Grey Warden. Rook is a Grey Warden, an ancient military order sworn to battle Darkspawn and other monsters. The Wardens undergo secret, unbreakable rites that grant them supernatural powers against the dark. Bonded in blood, gain reputation with the Grey Wardens more quickly. Blight Killer, deal increased damage versus Darkspawn. Vigilant training, base defense and health are slightly increased. Here for more Nev, hell yeah. Here's for the follow. Oh, my elbow. Fuck. It's very sheath sword. Enemy is sliced. Let's see, starting outfit. Oh, the starting outfit's different too. Casual wear. Casual wear is pretty cute for Warden. Shield against the night. When innocent lives were at stake, Rook led the charge, saving a village from a monstrous nightmare, no matter the cost to herself. During a large Darkspawn incursion, Rook was ordered to hold the line with other Grey Wardens until reinforcements arrived. Rook argued that by then, villagers under attack would be dead. She disobeyed orders, leading the squad into the incursion, sealing the tunnel to the deep roads. This turned the tide and the Darkspawn were driven off, which saved the villagers. Rook's heroism was popular among the young Wardens, but the others with connections to noble families resented her independent streak. She chose to step away while tempers cooled. Oh, so I feel like the first Warden is definitely not gonna like me. I did hit my funny bone. It was not very funny. We're gonna stick with Adventurer. I am admittedly not one who likes a hard challenge in combat in a video game. I get angry very quickly when video games are hard, so just gonna continue on. We're gonna name her Desdemona. I'm here for a good time, not a hard time.
Time to get to work.
I also need you guys. I'm like sitting like a little fucking goblin.
What's he been saying now? Well, we're not in trouble. Let's move. Well, we made it.
I kind of like that voice for her. I think I better get rid of hard thing when the F-bombs start. I've gone with flea or potato. It's mostly because of this Bastille song. It says Desdemona, won't you liberate me is one of the lyrics, and that's just like in my head. Remember guys, before you start your Veilguard playthrough, make sure you click customize your Inquisition playthrough, guys. You gotta make sure you do that. Who's ready for another hour of another hour of character customization? Me, I am. Me. So we're actually gonna go with so I have this headcanon of a human inquisitor who is a mage, who is actually a sister of Morrigan. Because for what we know, Flemeth has had daughters like all over. She has a daughter in, I think, Antiva or Ravane that we meet in one of the comics. So we're gonna make her a little looking like Morrigan, but that is on purpose. Also, fuck you, BioWare, for giving me this fuck-ass green haze over character creation. Haven't I suffered enough? They really said we're about to do the funniest fucking thing. At least the straight ones don't have to worry about getting with a relative accidentally. I feel like I have to go and immediately, like... Gotta... Narrow that head, girl. She was like, thank God. I do sort of know what decisions we're actually going to make regarding our Inquisitor, at least. She's going to be romancing Cullen. We're going to have the Inquisition be disbanded. Mommy? So I don't know what the chin bump is, guys. I'm not gonna lie with you. I don't know what the chin bump is. Oh, it's that. It's that little thing right there. Seems inconsequential. Like someone I used to know. It's fun. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Why does that feel so ominous? She was a lot of fun. That's all. Okay. Whatever, man. That's so large. What about? Funny. Sorry, that's just really funny. What did I miss? We're working on the scalp. Very important. Very important part of the character creation process. Alright, we're gonna work in a little bit of backwards order. The Inquisitor be mega fine. She needs to be beautiful. What's up, Matt? How's it going? Yeah, we're not doing too bad over here. Playing some fucking. I wish you could make the eyes bigger or smaller. Oh no, this is my second playthrough. So this is my second. This is actually my Inquisitor that we're making right now. We finished the first playthrough last night. Oh yeah, I loved it. It was so good. Because I was gonna look as ridiculous as possible just so I can get it out of my system. kind of hopping all over the place with the character creator, I'm not gonna lie. I still haven't gotten I haven't played that game yet. Okay, Weasel. I almost picked the hair for my character the first time around. I like it a lot. I think it's really cute. My first time. It is given a lot more life into it. New difficulty settings you can change mid-game. The option to go for multiple or single romances. And best of all, voice acting. Oh, that's nice. Voice acting. Made the third boss character dateable. We have to buy that as a separate DLC. Ah, that's a little... That sucks a little bit, but... Nice to have the option, you know? These might be the best eyebrows. A little cunty. Does it look like me? That doesn't look like me. We should do like accessories like earrings. I would love an earring. Love a slutty little earring, you know. Just stick with our hat on. Maybe it does look like me. Maybe I'm gaslighting you, Dennis. Chest size. Max you can go. Waist. Snatched. Hips. Huge. Glute. We gotta make them thick, alright? We just gotta make them thickums. If I ever play a character that is not McThickums, someone call the hospital. I'm unwell. Oh, thank you, Weepo. I'm not crazy, I'm just a little unwell. Oh, she hot. She cutie. Some makeup. No glitter. I know. They thought we'd be too powerful if we had some mommy milkers, so BioWare said no and snatched it away from us. Right, she's pretty. Everything this game but a mom. Joke's on BioWare, this bitch popped out like 3 of Cullen's kids. You can't convince me otherwise. need some scars. Oh, you need a scar guide. No, that's from Mass Effect 5. His and hers matching lip scars with Colin. Have you ever seen a woman so beautiful you started to weep? I'm about to start fucking weeping. All right, we got an ad coming up, so we're gonna take a super quick ad break. I don't know how far we're gonna get into like the actual game itself, because I do have D&D tonight, and I want to like not have to jump directly into D&D, so we might kind of play for about another hour or so, kind of just get through the starting scene. But I will be right back. Stick around, guys. I've got a cat. He's eating my hair. Thanks for lurking! How do you do this? These also have high oatmeal. Do you have anything to say for yourself? No, I'm just going to eat my mom's hair. Say, I was resting in the room, and mom doesn't trust me not to pee on things. I got snatched! I have eaten oatmeal in front of oatmeal. Feels sacrilegious. Alright, we're going to put the oatmeal down. Everyone say goodbye to the little baby. You're not a trustworthy cat. It fell. Funny looks. Unconcerned, honestly. Also, don't worry, guys. I'm eating for the first time today. I have half a bag of chips that I ate last night from Panera. I'm a functioning adult. I'm 31 years old. Don't you worry. Having cheese, it's delicious. Does anyone know how to take screenshots in-game? Does it have 12? I want to take a screenshot of her. I think she looks really cute. Bocconcini. It probably will, but it's probably gonna take screenshot of all of my screens. Screenshot taken! I did it. Don't worry, guys. Did you hear that little noise? Where does Steam store those? That's a problem for later, me. Let's see. Do you think she's beautiful enough? Hurt me is having that problem. No. Cat's doing some fuck shit. I don't know.
I won't let this stand.
Not gonna lie. I still hate that. The choices for... Still hate the choices for the voice.
We need to move. It can't end like this.
It's good to see you again.
Shut the fuck up, Inquisitor. I'll start sobbing right now.
I won't let this stand.
I want this voice. Oh, oatmeal.
end like this.
Oh, I'd like it even less than Matt. I actually need less British accent. Ideally. What are you doing? Sip my toes, you freak. Fabalo Trevelyan, lineage human, Inquisitor Trevelyan came from minor human nobility in the Free Marches. Willing to plunge into danger, she proved her worth in battle even before she took command of the ever-growing Inquisition. Yeah. Cullen. We are romancing Cullen in this one. Let me take a little sippy sip. Hold on. A man haunted by duty's demands, Cullen Rutherford never expected to find love during his time in the Inquisition. Cullen was commander of the Inquisition. He grew to admire the woman who not only inspired hope, but achieved victory in the face of constant danger. As they grew closer, they found solace and quiet strength in each other's company. Fate of the Inquisition. The Inquisition grew too powerful too quickly for the comfort of the world's great kingdoms. They called a council, demanding it be brought to heel. We're going to pick disbanded the Inquisition. The Inquisition was formally disbanded. The Inquisitor made a rare decision to give up power before it was corrupted any further. She saw that the Inquisition had grown so large it had become easy for others to misuse the many resources at its disposal. The Inquisitor disbanded it all and let her people choose new paths of their own. I don't know that I can choose the vow to stop Solus. I don't know that I can choose that on a spiritual, emotional level. When Solus told the Inquisitor he intended to merge the physical and the Fade, he admitted this would cause death and destruction. Despite insisting there was no other way, Solus did not relish the cost in lives. Solus vanished in order to put his plans into motion. The Inquisitor pledged to stop him. The Inquisitor declared that the danger Solus posed was so great he had to stop no matter what the cost. Even though her influence had diminished, the Inquisitor still had contacts and old friends who began to hunt for the Dreadwolf. Vowed to save Solus from himself. The Inquisitor believed she saw genuine regret in Solus and that he didn't truly want to go through with his plans. She vowed to save her friend from dooming both the world and himself. The Inquisitor's influence had diminished, but she still had contacts who began searching for the Dreadwolf. We're going to do that one. Good night, Matt. Finalize. She looks so sad. She just looks like a sad little guy. She blinked. She blinked. All right. I think she's good. Okay, we're gonna also test out to see if it can run on high quality if I turn down my stream settings. So I guess we're gonna see. I think I did make her forehead too wide.
So,
I would be sad too with a wide forehead. I am sad with a wide forehead.
Right. Him. Our best plan is to stop the Dreadwolf before he can perform his ritual. After following his trail across half the known world, we finally tracked him to Minrathous, capital of the Tevinter Imperium. But to find the Dreadwolf in a city this big, we need a local expert.
Nevgalis.
So, naturally, our story begins where all great stories begin. With the seediest bar in town.
Sigh.
And a missing contact.
Let's try this again. Where's Nev Gallus?
I'm kind of sexy.
My bar and make demands.
We have the same haircut. This is awkward. I got it. In another life. In another life, I would be less confrontational.
This is my only shot at finding the Dreadwolf. I'm not leaving until I know where she is. Be ready to talk by the time I get to you. Darling, you're adorable.
I'm so cool.
Meet Bianca. She'd like you to stay a while.
Ow.
Nev Gallus.
We do have the same haircut. Awkward.
The Venatori cultists took her to Dumat Plaza.
Thanks. Your friend Nev Gallus is at Dumat Plaza.
I heard. That's why you're my second in command. Although, for the record,
Thank you.
there was
Thank you.
probably an easier way to do that than fighting an entire bar.
Eric has noted you like action more than words. I had you on my side.
What did I have to worry about? You were there watching my back.
Yeah.
Come on. Harding will be worried.
Yeah, wow, that hurt. That hurt.
Break's over.
I had you watching my back.
Nev's as good at finding people as
Not
you
for
are.
long.
She's the best damn detective I've ever met. If she says she's got a lead on Solus, I believe her. The Archon's palace. Something must have gotten them riled up.
Should we be in more of a hurry to get out of here?
We don't want to look conspicuous. Just get out of here nice and casual. Find Nev Gallus and stop Solus.
Androst, I bless you.
Yeah, you're welcome, buddy.
You still think you can talk him down before he starts his big ritual?
That ritual is going to tear down the veil. The only
I walk
thing
through him.
separating us from the Fade and an endless number of demons. I have to talk him down.
Wait! But I didn't do anything!
Get down.
Are they after us? Is it because of the bar?
Word travels fast in Minrathus.
We've got to help her.
We don't have time to get arrested, especially if we... Oh, crap.
We're too late.
The ritual started. But if we hurry, we can still stop
Screenshots.
Solus before it finishes. Let's go. Harding's this way. She'll get us to Dumat Plaza. Then Nev will get us to Solus.
Hold on, I'm looking around. Gotta look around. Demon.
Solus summoning demons on purpose!
My guess is the veil is weakening, and they're slipping through the cracks.
And when the veil comes down completely,
And the whole world is going to look a lot like this.
Uh-oh.
Come on, this way. It should get us to Harding.
Shoop.
You're safe now. Get inside and bar the door as quick as you can, okay?
Thank you, miss.
Harding, you all right?
I've been doing what I can to help. The ritual must be weakening the veil. There are a lot of scared people out here.
And a lot of demons. Haven't seen this many come through the Fade in years.
And what about you two? Are you okay?
Never better.
Fought some demons, and the Archon's palace took a few shots at us. Nothing we couldn't handle.
Speak for yourself.
Have you got my gear?
Right over there. Where's Nev Gallus? Wasn't she at the meeting point?
The Venatori got to her first. They grabbed her before we arrived and paid off the bar owner to keep it quiet.
I'm not surprised our detective did something to piss off a cult of murderous blood mages, but their timing stinks. The bar owner said the Venatori took Nev to Dumont Plaza. Can you get us there, Harding?
Not a problem. I saw Dumont Plaza while I was scouting the area, and it was crawling with Venatori. Follow me.
Eyes up. We've got company.
No, the specializations are duelists. You don't choose the specializations until later. I was saying mostly that I wanted to do duelist. Perform a light attack with left mouse. Use your light up to 5 times in a row to create attack chain.
Here they come.
There you go. I do have swords though. Oh, I'm not used to not having my fade step. Oh, that's weird. Where'd you guys come from? You apparently can switch to bow as well.
Let's get to Dumont Plaza and find Nev. You two all right? Patch yourselves up if you need it.
I don't get it.
Get
Tears down the veil.
less
Destroy everything.
Solar's always talked about how
less healing potions as well as a rogue.
That world existed before the Veil, and he wants to bring it back.
even if his ritual kills us all in the process.
The fade.
Oh no, I think that's Dumont Plaza.
I think because you get increased health as a rogue.
They're the ones who made trouble at the bar.
Excuse me? Oh, you're not a problem anymore.
Predatory cultists.
I hate these assholes. Looks like the Venatori put up a barrier across the way.
Bye. So long, Gay Bowser. I get a. Oh, okay. Oh, you get a bounce it back to them.
Grey Wardens a few years back. Got a lot of them killed.
Interesting. Love it. Nice. Okay, neat. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. I like that. Eat him, sad girl. She's truly just a little sad lady.
Come on. Guess we're sliding down.
Whee!
Allies of Nev Gallus! Kill them all!
Static strikes. Use tap to select your static strike ability. Rogues generate momentum by attacking enemies uninterrupted. The Venatori. Ooh. Okay, that's cool.
Venatori, take your revenge!
Another barrier. But it looks like Nev's work, not the...
Varric, Harding.
Hi, Nev.
Not the worst timing.
Nev, it's so good to see you. We thought the Venatori had kidnapped you.
They thought the same thing. A lot of Venatori in the city have reason to hate me. Figured I'd play along. Find out who wanted to settle the score this time. Then the sky started raining demons. So I'm back on the job.
Appreciate it. Rook, this is Nev Gallus, our local expert. She's gonna help us find Solus. Nev, meet Rook. Harding and I found her a while back. Thought we could use an expert on trouble.
Rook, like the chess piece?
One of the strongest pieces on the board, but she tends to think in straight lines.
Thanks. Rescued yourself, I see.
We came prepared for a rescue. Looks like you were way ahead of us.
A rescue? You're sweet.
You said you had a lead?
Tempting him sweet. Hehe.
I haven't seen Solus in person, but I did find hints of old magic. Similar to what you get in Elven ruins. I traced it to a building beneath Our Lady of Victory. That's where your man is hiding.
Yeah, in the same way when you like cast spells, you definitely will hit your companions.
Gets any worse?
Worse, this ritual's already drawing more power than I'd expect from a dozen mages. You told me he was working alone.
I also told you he was an ancient elven god.
An elven god. Well, whatever he is, he's causing trouble in my city. Let's go.
All citizens in the canal district must remain in their homes.
So, if we do catch Solus, or the
Nev join the
Dreadwolf,
party?
whatever he calls himself, what's the plan?
He wants to bring
What?
down the veil. Hopefully that ritual takes his full attention.
So we catch him while he's doing his ritual, so he can't fight us.
That's the hope. If it comes to a straight-up fight, we're dead.
What character did you make for the so we went Grey Warden Rogue. Human.
We can slide down the...
I'm getting too old for this.
Yeah, our first playthrough was a Mage Antivan Crow elf.
There. That's the building I tracked Solus to.
Looks like the Venatori also...
Yeah, we
found it.
kissed
And then
Lucanus in the end.
found them.
What if there's stuff over here? Oh no. Ah! Did you ever? No. Unfortunately, no doggy paddling. Currently inaccessible. Okay. Ranged attack. Press right mouse to fire a bow. Tap to quick fire bow or hold for aim shot. Okay. Oh, you actually have to aim! You actually have to aim! That's terrible. I'm bad at that. Ooh, that's pretty dope. Careful around the water. Hello.
Enchantment on the entrance.
Enchantment. Yeah, I feel Bo is hard mode, and I went full. Oh, buddy.
So this is the Dreadwolf's hideout.
One of them, at least. Not sure how long he's been here.
That's rough.
Some of this looks ancient.
Solus has been around longer than Minrathous itself.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna stick with daggers.
Broken chains. Solus is freeing slaves.
Solus hates slavery. One of the few things we actually agreed on.
He said the other elven gods were tyrants who oppressed his people. He was trying to help them.
What do you see?
No sign of Solus. Just a big glowing window or mirror or something.
Well, that sounds ominous.
Oh, nope. Oh, yeah, you're totally calm, Cookie. I believe you. Calm, cool, collected.
Ancient elves doing something to a dragon, I think.
Yeah. Trying to control it, maybe?
Solus said the other elven gods were evil. If they were binding dragons, he was right about that much, at least.
Oh.
More demons.
Ah! I'm liking Rogue playthrough so far. I'm excited to like get into like the powers and stuff. I think that's going to be a lot of fun.
Like that opens something below.
Then let's have a look.
I'm still pretty sure we're going to go duelist though.
This the big glowing window you saw earlier, Rook?
It's called an alluvian. They're elven and very old.
It acts like a doorway from one place to another. Solus uses them to get around quickly.
He must have gone through it.
Well, we're not in Minrathous anymore.
I know these trees. This is Arlethan Forest.
And there's your ritual. The power involved. I've never seen anything like it.
The tremors are getting worse.
And we've got demons.
Oh, get fucked on. Along.
And I thought the demons were bad back in Minrathous.
The Fade's a mess this close to the ritual. No telling what could come through.
Along, dear Bowser.
like those tremors are getting worse.
Keep moving and try not to think about it.
Hi, Mimi. She said, "Hello, everyone. I'm here."
We get tremors every time one of those big crystals at the ritual site lights up.
Not many of them left to light. Might want to hurry.
Lightning.
Almost there. Quite a few of them, aren't there?
Nothing compared to how many will get if Solus finishes his ritual.
Hi, demon.
We have to stop this demon quickly.
Watch the lightning.
Ta-da. Oh, the motion, the motion. What's up? Thanks for the follow.
How did a demon this large get through the veil?
It's a pride demon. Damn thing probably sensed Solus's ego.
I'm kind of liking Rogue, honestly. Feels good to like move around the battlefield and stuff.
Everyone all right?
Good enough. Let's get to Solus.
All right. I'll take it from here.
Are you sure?
Positive. You three just keep the demons off me while I talk to him.
Varric, Solus isn't gonna stop just because an old friend asks nicely.
Solus needs someone to sell him another option, to help him justify changing his mind.
This is a mistake. You question Varric's soft spot for Solus.
We didn't come all this way just to talk to him.
He was my friend, Rook. I've got to try to reach him. But if he won't listen to me, then he'll hear from Bianca.
We are choosing some different choices, so.
Rook, take care of the team for me. chuckles. Hope I'm not interrupting.
Let's buy him some time.
Wow, this makes me sad.
I hope Veilguard is getting through the Solus.
We better talk fast. We can't hold these demons off forever.
The veil is a wound inflicted upon this world. It must be healed.
By drowning the world in demons?
I have taken precautions to minimize the damage, Varric.
Minimize the... People are dying right now. You need to listen. Please.
Bianca!
People are always dying. It is what they do.
Shit. We need a better plan.
Do you want me to take the shot?
Won't work. He's too powerful.
What if we disrupt the ritual?
How?
See those statues? If we break the scaffolding holding that one up, the whole thing will come down on Solus.
It's risky. Interrupting a ritual of this scale will have consequences.
And what about the demons? Veilguard needs us to hold them off.
Right, you two stay here. I'll bring down the statue.
What? No. Stepping into all that raw magic is suicide.
The storm could tear you apart.
Anyone got a better idea?
Fine, but you'll need backup. I'm with you.
I'm a mage. I'll go.
Either way, someone needs to stay back and deal with the demons.
Nev with me.
Let's go, Nev. Harding, keep the demons busy.
Good luck.
Two different decisions. We're trying to make some new decisions.
This is it! We need to bring down the scaffolding.
Why tear down the veil, knowing all the lives it'll cost?
We shared a journey years ago. Do you believe that I would do this if there was some other better option?
The pillar's weak, but it isn't falling. We need to push it. Right. Together. Now!
You came a long way and made a valiant effort, Varric, but this story does not end with my downfall.
Push!
Tiny metal foot. Come on, Nev. Yeah, we're gonna be romancing Davron. What's his son? He's a baby.
You have no idea what you have done.
Uh-oh.
Solus.
Bisha.
I know what I did.
So quick.
I stopped you from destroying the world.
I was not destroying the world.
Oh.
When you disrupted my ritual, the magical energies pulled me here, into the Fade.
Okay, so that's why you're here. But why am I here?
Your physical body is unconscious, but you shed a few drops of blood at the ritual site. Enough for a tenuous connection.
Blood magic?
Firstly, I abhor the use of blood magic. Secondly, had I the power to control you, I would already have used it.
I'd like to wake up.
So all I have to do to get away from you is wake up.
And how much experience do you have willing yourself from sleep to wakefulness?
Can't be that hard.
While you practice, perhaps you would like to hear about the consequences of your actions.
Meaning?
The Evanurus, or as you would call them, the Elven Gods. The creatures that escaped. In ancient times, they ruled the elves, but that was not enough. They sought not just to be obeyed, but to be worshipped. When I rebelled, they drew on the horrific magic of the Blight, corrupting all they saw until I trapped them. Thanks to you, though, I am now trapped, and the blighted Elven Gods walk free.
Why should I believe you?
How am I supposed to trust anything you're saying?
You saw them escape from my prison.
I also saw you bringing down the veil.
I had a plan.
Varric always said you'd have a big explanation for why none of this was your fault.
Varric?
Yeah, he said that's your style. Never quite lies, clever half-truths that let you convince yourself you're doing the right thing. He tried to talk to you anyway, and now he's hurt.
Varric is quite practiced at shading the truth himself.
See?
So those
That's
things
where he
they
realizes.
were gods?
They said they were gods. Blighted, tyrannical, sadistic gods. It took all my power to imprison them millennia ago, but I am certain you will be fine.
How bad are we talking here?
Their power outstripped my own even before they embraced the corruption of the Blight.
But you did imprison them.
Through trickery. I also had a ritual dagger of pure lyrium, and a
bad
network
dog.
of mirrors to take me
Bad
from
dog.
a lighthouse across the world.
I don't have either of those.
Well then, I expect you will be busy. Elganan and Gillenane are your problem to solve.
You've admitted to Solus that what he said worries
Your
you.
responsibility now.
Why tear down the veil? Listen.
No idea what you have done. This is your responsibility now.
Well, look who's still with us.
Varric, you're okay. But I saw Solus stab you. You fell.
Trust me, kid. I've had worse. It'll take more than a flesh wound to stop me.
It's not
I don't
even.
think I'll be making it out to the field anytime soon, though.
What happened?
Remember how you said that Chuckles wasn't going to listen?
Eric
to
now
us?
feels he underestimated the difficulty of reasoning with
Turns
Solus.
out you were right.
The plan did go a little wrong.
Yeah. Harding got everyone out. By the skin of her teeth, mostly. Before you start worrying, Nev will be fine. She's apparently a lot tougher than both of us.
Yeah, her
Or
prosthetic leg makes
at
like
least she's a
metallic
lot
noises
tougher than
against
me.
the floor.
I should have come up with a better plan. I should have.
You worked with what you had, And you succeeded, by the way. World isn't drowning in demons.
It isn't over, though. We trapped Solus in the Fade, but something else got out. Something...
Rook, you've got this. I've seen your work. Like that time you ditched your orders for a better strategy during a darkspawn attack. There's a reason I dragged you into this whole Solus mess. You're clever, adaptable, and you don't know when to quit.
Rook.
Osnev came with you to stop Solus's ritual. She was injured.
I've been searching the place for lyrium potions. Didn't mean to intrude.
Not at all. I was just about to have a look around.
Oh, be careful if you go outside, Rook. It is a long way down. The Alluvian led us into something, and it's in the Fade. Because that's what we needed. The dream world.
Then I really...
Yeah, it definitely...
Can't hurt.
I feel like it hurts more.
And we need to talk about our next move. Maybe find Harding? She went outside somewhere. There's a table in the central area here. I'll meet you both there.
Go ahead, Rook. Me, I need to sleep. See you later, kid.
And I think that's where we'll buff. I think that's where we'll leave off, guys. And we just obviously got into it, but we spent like 3 hours going through the hi Shiro. We spent 3 hours going through the art book, so thank you guys for hanging out with me today. This is a little unusual morning to afternoon stream because I had off today from work. So thanks for hanging out. We won't be playing this playthrough solely on stream. I will be playing it a little bit off stream too, just because I want to be able to enjoy the game off stream as well, since I did my entire first playthrough on stream. I think tonight we'll be over on Coven MCG for some D&D, I believe, unless anything has changed. And then we'll probably be picking up this back up here and there throughout the week. I'm thinking of doing a little bit of an art stream as well. But yeah, I ain't got really a whole lot going on this week. November's a little bit, November is kind of just for me. So we're going to be just kind of streaming whatever we want here on the channel this month and just hanging out. So I'll hopefully see you guys maybe tonight for D&D. Otherwise, hopefully we'll see you tomorrow around 5 p.m. Pacific for some more Dragon Age. Bye-bye, everyone!